All
All
right.
right.
So before we jump into the episode, let me just jump into the episode by talking about something. Because I was saying that, I'm like, wait, we are starting the episode by talking. So um, what I just wanted to quickly share is, you know how a couple of days ago I came up with the insane idea of walking 100 kilometers in a day?
Uh-huh.
And I got the feeling of like, oh crap, I'm going to have to do this at some point.
Hmm.
Still sick, except that I'm realizing that it's keeping me from sleeping properly because I keep thinking about it and
Ha.
like visualizing what it's going to be like and the struggles that I'm going to have to go through. And I'm just like,
Dang.
all right, I'm going to have to do this within the next few days. So as soon as I'm like back to normal, I got to do this.
Wow.
And I already hate it. And just to make my life more difficult, I think I'm going to do it barefoot on the beach.
Oh, snap. Just gonna be like go back and forth all day.
Pretty much. And the thing is, like, I don't know the exact length, but I think the beach from like one end to the complete other end is around like 12 kilometers, I think.
That
Something.
literally sounds awful. Like
No.
walking on sand is so much more hard work than walking on level ground.
The thing is, my logic, well, there's no really where else for me to walk,
Hmm.
but from randomly walking in streets around the village. And my shoes are old and worn out, so it's
Hmm.
probably going to destroy my feet if I try to do that. So I'm like, at least the sand is somewhat spongy, so it should be
Hmm.
good. The fact that I'm barefoot means I probably won't get any blisters. My feet are probably going to be super sore,
Hmm.
but I don't think I'll develop any wound from it.
Hmm.
Of course, there's the tide that's going to go up and down throughout this period,
Hmm.
and the fact that if I walk the average speed for a person, which is 5 kilometers per hour, that's going to take me 20 hours. It's probably going to take me more time than that because walking 24 hours or 20 hours nonstop is exhausting. So I'm thinking my goal is to hit it within 24 hours, which means let's say I start at 6 a.m. in the morning because the
Hmm.
nature reserve where the beach is opens at 6 a.m. So let's say I start at 6. That means I'm going to have to keep going all day and all night in order to make this happen. And like I'm just starting to plan. I'm like, all right, I'm going to have to walk all night, which means I'm going to have to walk in the high tide in the dark, crossing rivers where there's alligators in the rivers. I'm hoping they're not going to go down that far. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to need to plan for food and water because once I'm in, I can't go out. And I'm just like, oh, this is so complicated and insane. But it's just like, as I'm going to bed at night, lying in bed, it's taking me forever to fall asleep because I'm keep like thinking about that and planning it in my head. So I'm like, okay, the sooner I can get this over with, the better.
Dang.
Anyway,
So
to share that because that's been like on a loop in my head for the last, well, ever since I thought of it.
interesting. So I don't know. Yeah, that's really interesting. The thing that came up for me when you first floated the idea was like I feel like the same thing for me, except it's not about like physically walking the 100K. It's like this is the perfect metaphor for like what are the things you have to do to get to that first like financial mile marker of like 100K or like $1 million or whatever.
For some reason, the fact that you said 100K rather than 100 kilometers made me realize like this is such an insane goal that the average person will shorten just saying it because it's so long. And I'm like, I'm gonna fucking do that. Like that's insane.
So if you're gonna do this, I like, is there a way that you could monetize this? Like, could you get a sponsor, or could you do it as like a charity fundraiser, or
I
or or
could,
nothing? Just
but that would require work and time. One thing that I don't have and one thing that I don't want to do. Like the whole point of this is to push myself to the limit, to embrace this whole, like, I decided I'm doing this and I'm doing it no matter what. And it's like, I could come up with ways to make it easier.
Mhm,
It's like, I could go out and hopefully find like a replacement for the, what's it called? Portable like battery pack. So I can recharge my phone. And if I
mhm,
have that and carry it around, then I can listen to music or podcast or audiobooks or even like have conversations with people on the phone.
mhm,
But I'm like, no, that's going to make things easier. All I want to have is just like, I'm going to download a tracking app, like a sports app or something like that, that tracks my
mhm,
movement, and just turn that on and put my phone, like disable on notifications
mhm.
to save battery and not be disturbed. So it's like for 24 hours straight, I'm going to be like in my head, in my world, just walking. And it's like, I want to push myself to the point where it's like, I know I'm going to hit that wall at some point.
Dang.
It's like, I want to see, can I push through that wall when I have no distractions, no motivation, like nothing. Like I want to
Mm,
test like deep down, kind of like, I don't know if you've ever read or listened to David Goggins' book, but he talks about this concept like the cookie jar, of like you have that internal cookie jar that you can reach into
mhm,
and you can like eat that cookie, which is like a memory or something like that that
mhm,
gives energy. And it's like, I
mm.
want to figure out like what is my own cookie jar.
Ah, that's really interesting. What I feel like this is
Insane.
I no, this is like one of the most you things you've ever done. But you know what this makes me feel like is like this is what your isolation challenge should have been. Like just copying what other people did, like cutting themselves off from the rest of the world is enough for most people. I think for you, because like you are very like you're very sharp, you're very active, as well as like you have a whole bunch of like connections you've already built and made that you can use. So it's like the reason people go away from everything is to like get into that inner world. And I think for you, it's like part of your world is like I'm the engine for all the stuff that I do. And so by getting into motion and isolating yourself from the rest of the world, it's like that I think that's gonna create that environment that you were looking for, but like really forcing you to be like completely present with just yourself.
I don't know.
I think this is it could be like amazing,
Well,
or it could be completely stupid. I have no idea.
that's the thing. It's like I don't want to have any expectations
Hmm.
because for that the isolation challenge I did and I was disappointed.
Hmm.
Like I don't regret doing it, but I was expecting something and it didn't happen. And I'm like, ah. So for this, I don't want to have any expectation.
Hmm.
Aside from like the only expectation is like I am gonna hit a wall, I am gonna hate this, I am gonna be sore, I am going to want to give up. Like that is
Hmm.
pretty much inevitable. Especially considering the fact that I haven't like done anything physical aside from climbing a volcano 5 months ago and going for a 12-kilometer run a couple days ago. That is the only like the biggest form of exercise I've done
Mm,
last year. And it's like, okay, last time when I tried running the 100 kilometers and ended up running 50, it's like I'd been running relatively consistently for the last 3 months.
hmm.
It's like my cardio was there, my muscles were used to it. This time
Hmm.
it's like, okay, well, I don't need cardio because it's walking.
Mhm,
My muscles, like, I mean, they're tiny at this point.
mhm.
I'm just like, okay, this is gonna be intense.
Dang, that's like 63 miles for people
Yep.
who don't do kilometers. So it's almost 3 marathons.
But it's walking though, it's not running. So it's a completely different ball game.
Yeah, that's true. Like a marathon is like a sustained amount of like cardio. Walking is sort of like as long as you have enough water, you probably get
That's
pretty
the
far.
thing. I don't know how much water to bring, how much food to bring, what kind of food to bring. Like, I really don't know. I'm thinking like, is 1 liter for 10 kilometers, like, is that too much? Because like drinking 10 liters in 24 hours, that seems like a crap ton of water. But at the same time, like I've never walked 100 kilometers. Will I need that amount of water? And for the food, I'm just like, I don't have any Tupperware, so it's not like I can cook stuff in advance and bring it.
Yeah,
So it's either like
I would just
prepackaged stuff or like sandwiches and like fruits and vegetables and stuff.
yeah, I wouldn't even do that. I'd bring like, I mean, if it was me, it'd be like jerky and protein bars and then like a crap ton of water or Gatorade.
I'm just wondering, like, can I even find these supplies here? I don't know. Because
Well,
like
I mean,
when I did the ultra
if
marathon, like
you,
I had like what were they? I think they were Cliff bars. So like
uh-huh,
protein bar, and I had like power or gel packs.
uh-huh. I
This time I'm
mean,
like,
you
no way I
could,
can find
you,
gel protein.
I mean, you totally could just plot like stops on your route. Like be like, how far is it to somewhere that I can stop and buy some water or something to eat or drink? And just,
I mean, I could, but I
I don't know.
prefer just staying on the beach the whole time. I prefer like getting that mode of I get there, it begins, I
Mhm.
can't leave until this is over. Even
I
if it
gotcha. I
means like I
gotcha.
gotta go poop in the jungle. And the thing is, like, it's always raining here, like every single day. So I'm like, I'm going to be stuck walking in the rain for probably most of this. So I'm just like, there's gonna be like wetness and chafing, and it's gonna suck. Anyway, it's life. I mean, it's my life. It's funny
That
too because
gum. I'm looking at this article where it's talking about training for ultramarathon. Like it, we're hopeful. Like it's a good goal to like get up to 20 miles in like 3 weeks of training. I'm like, good Lord, how long do these people think you need to train?
it's funny though because I'm like, I don't know anyone personally who does insane shit like this. Like I just don't. But then I look up to people like David Goggins who run 101 miles, or was it? No, I think it's 100 miles. So yeah, it was 101 miles when he's never really like run any long distance before. And then I'm like, yeah, okay. In comparison, walking 100 kilometers is nothing.
Mhm,
But it's like before he ran that, he was like in the Marines training and running consistently. Like
mhm,
not that like he was way too muscular for that, and he didn't run long distance, but it's like he was
mhm,
still in like incredible shape.
mhm,
I'm in like, it's not that I'm in the worst shape of my life because like I've been in the worst shape just because I was like more fat, but it's like
Mhm.
I haven't been this skinny in a very, very long time. So it's like I don't know what my body can handle at this point. So it's like definitely not ideal circumstances. But I guess that's the whole point.
Mm.
Anyway, doesn't matter. This is happening in a few days, so yeah. All right, moving on. What should we talk about?
We are talking.
I just feel like I don't want to think about this too much. Like I already think about it
Mhm.
too much.
Gotcha. All
So
right.
how was yesterday?
Yesterday was good. I really processed I've been thinking a lot about like the conversation I had with Felix, and I started to get into it with you about like kind of the it seems like the areas that I tell myself I'm most committed to is the areas where I seem to like screw up the most. And I've been thinking a lot about um like what does that mean and who do I need to be? But I think where I'm getting to is like just raising the level of like how much I'm doing. I think is gonna be the next step is kicking things up into a higher gear. The thing that's really been going around and around in my head is so we measure everything in 3 dimensions in terms of like how to go somewhere in physical space. And we don't really measure things uh like when you say, oh, I want to like make it to 10K per month. Um, we measure things like it becomes less clear when you're measuring like intangibles like that. But what I've been thinking of, um, and this may be as much metaphor as something for me to kind of grasp that helps it make sense.
As much
Um,
metaphor as Meta 5.
yeah,
Sorry.
so what I've been thinking is uh, we tend to think of um, another dimension, like or like the next level of dimension as time, or we measure it with time. So if you said, well, I want to be a world-class pianist, we usually say something like, well, it takes 10,000 hours to get to some level of mastery of a skill. But I think what's happening is we're trying to use something that is universal or like at least somewhat relatable to everybody to sort of describe that other dimension, that fourth dimension where you have to move along that trajectory towards your goal. And I don't necessarily think it is objectively measured in time. It's measured by things that are less measurable. And I think one of the primary components of that dimension is like emotion. So instead of measuring by time, if you measured it by like how many different like experiences or emotional swings have you had, um, you could measure that by if you're moving at the speed of time, then like you can measure a rough amount by um, by categorizing it time. But if you're moving faster along that dimension, faster than the speed of time. So for instance, like um, if you're reading a story that gives you motivation, or if you're processing grief, that can slow you down if you don't have like a framework and a process to like go through the steps to process that and close those loops. And I think the more that you go through these waves of the peaks and valleys of emotion, I think you could actually speed up and compress what it takes to experience things and like assimilate things. So if you said like, in order to be successful, you have to have done so many cycles of things, and maybe those cycles are more like, how many customers did you call, or how many times did you fail until you succeeded? Then you can just look at it like, oh, it doesn't have to take a certain amount of time. It just takes a certain amount of like, how many times did you go through the process? And the more that the more that you're willing to withstand the like the emotional stretching that happens. It's sort of like when you're running, you're stretching your muscles, and it's like when your body is like, okay, this doesn't feel good anymore. You're like, well, suck it up because we're not done. Like we're not at where I'm deciding I want to be, which is 100K in the bank, or I mean, not in the bank, but like 100K miles under my belt, or not miles, kilometers. And so like being willing to push through the pain of that is how you get to that destination. If you just went and you're like, well, I'm just going to walk a little bit every day and I want it to feel good, it's like it'll take a lot more time. Or you can do it all at once and be like, I don't care how it feels. The goal is like, can I do this all at once? So I think what I'm seeing is that all of the things that are like uncomfortable or that suck about, oh man, how do I figure out how to do this without resistance, or make myself do this? It's like, it's not about that. It's like, can you do that and add it to the stack of experiences that you've had on the way through this dimension to the goal that you're aiming at? And it's the equivalent of like running through you know the pain of whatever your mileage goals are.
Okay, two things came up. First of all, I think you're right. I think it's not about time. I think it's about having the right components arranged in the right way. So it's like, if you can get lucky in the first time off, you just happen to have the right components and just arrange them in the right way, and you just make a crack of money very quickly. But most people, it takes them a long time to figure out, what are the elements that I need? How do I go earn them? And then how do I arrange them in the proper way? And there's ways to shortcut that by learning from other people who have been there and done that. They're like, hey, these are the elements you need. This is the arrangement you need to use. Just go do that. So I think you're right. It's really not about the like an amount of time or an amount of effort or anything like that. It's about, what are you trying to accomplish and what is the simplest way to get there?
Yeah,
And
and I think in many respects, the simplest is like, do as many things with as much speed as you can. Like that is the simplest for a lot of things, but sometimes we think that we can boil it down to few things. And I think there are some aspects where it's like, that's the first step, is do a lot of stuff as fast as you can so that you can figure out like what the pattern is.
And the other thing that came up is, I'm realizing, I think this is why I want to do this challenge, because I want to do it with the mindset of, what can I learn from this experience? Like, what are the elements that allow me to push my limits physically? And how can I translate that to other areas of my life? Because I've always been able to do that kind of like instinctively. but I've never really done it with the intention of how am I doing this? What parts of me am I tapping into? And how can I access that for things outside of the physical? Because if I can unlock that, then pretty much I can unlock the other areas of my life. Because when it comes to physically, it's like, okay, I've never like done anything like that unique, but I'm able to push myself physically way more than the average person. I'd say like, I don't know, 99% of people, it's not that they can't do what I do. It's just they choose not to do it. They don't want to. They convince themselves to give up before. And it's like, for some reason, I've managed to figure out how to do that. So if I can find that and apply that to other areas of my life, such as business, like that could like explode my growth in a ton of other areas. So I think like that's the reason why I want to do this. So I can start understanding like, where is that power coming from? What did I unlock in that area of my life? What are those elements and how can I replicate that in other areas? I'm gonna go get an apple because I see you eating and I want one.
So I have a question.
Have an answer, unless the question is not for me, in which case I still have
Is
an answer.
there, and is there any reason you have not seriously considered doing some form of physical fitness coaching?
Yes, because I'm an idiot and everyone always tells me I should do that. I don't know why, like, see, like multiple people have told me that over the years, and for some reason, I never want to. I don't know why.
I mean, okay. So let me put it to you this way. If your clients were exactly like me, and the only thing I asked you to do was like, just call me, talk to me for 6 hours while I go for a run. Like if that was the job, would you be interested?
It depends.
I mean, assuming that these are like interesting people that you would want to be
Yeah.
friends with anyway. Like if you could pick your clients and say, like I only pick people who I really like and want to coach. Like I don't have to do this. I'm an author. I've written a gajillion books. I'm living wherever I want to live in the world. Like I don't need to do this. So I only work with like people that I actually want to be friends with, not that I'm trying to make money off of. And because my time is super exclusive, I charge a lot of money. And this is how I do it. I'm not here to talk to you about the tactics of physical stuff. If you're interested in that, like that's going to be an area you're going to nerd out on, and you do that at your own pace in the areas that you are interested in. But like what I'm here to do is be the guy that's going to go with you, be the guy that's done it and say, you can do it, keep going, get your ass out of bed. Like you said, you were going to do this. And that's all. Like just somebody to be the presence that is with you as you commit to something. Because that's all a physical trainer is. I mean, sometimes we'll go to those people because like they're fit, they know a lot about the craft, but it's like you don't really even need that if you're already physically, interested or that's your hobby. But if you're just like, all right, who's somebody who can help me train for an ultra marathon? It's like I would much rather talk to somebody that I want to be friends with rather than like segment part of my life and my time with like a trainer who's just there to help me train. Like that wouldn't be interesting to me.
I think this is how I would help people train. Choo choo. But I think that's the thing. It's like I enjoy the challenge aspect of physical training.
Mhm.
It's like the only way that I could do this is if people would pay me to accompany them or for them to accompany me when I go out and do a challenge.
Mm.
So it's like I would never, I mean, okay, I would probably find a way to enjoy it, but it wouldn't be my passion of like being a trainer of like, hey, at the gym, this is the workout you need to do,
Mhm.
this is the food you need to eat. It's like, no, let's go out and do this challenge.
Mhm.
Like that's kind of physical training. So it's like half like physical trainer, half coach, half adventurer. And I know that doesn't work because that's 150%, but whatever.
Mhm.
It's more like I don't want to build myself more work. That's why I want to
Mhm.
build an automated business. If on the
Mm.
back end of that business, my high end offer is like, hey, pay me $10,000 and we'll go on an adventure together, that I would enjoy. Just because I'm going to do it anyway. I can do it with other people if it helps them. Awesome. But it's like, I don't
That's
want
what
to
I'm.
do this where it's like my money depends on me investing time.
Yeah. So, but I guess what I'm saying is like, if you could build that business where it's not off the back of some other automated business, but it's like that is the thing that people want you for. It's like go on an adventure with me, Guillaume. And that was like what was keeping you booked solid all the time. It's like, would you care? Like, would that, if you only had to do that one business and it was like the business that let you do the stuff you were going to do anyway?
In
Like,
theory,
why?
the answer should be yes, but for some reason, I'm like fighting against it.
Hmm, I wonder why that is.
Probably
Because
I'm an idiot.
I'm having the same struggle. And like the thing that I really want, for some reason, I'm trying to tell myself I don't want it. I don't know if that's because I'm afraid of trying and failing, because I don't believe it will really work, or if it's that I don't feel like I deserve it yet. I'm not sure. I think there's some little piece of me that's like,
Oh man, we should have called it this episode like eating apples or something. Ooh, that is the core of our issue. I'm sorry, that was kind of a fruity joke.
all right. If
I
these
guess the
are,
apples fall far from the tree.
so this is the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. Like, what is the knowledge part of what we actually need to know, and what's the rest of it that we really don't need to know? I mean, what is the part that we need to do
One last
is what I
one
mean.
last joke before we get serious about this, because I do like the idea you're coming up with. What kind of underwear are you wearing? Fruit of the Loop? Okay, so you want to use like what is the what is the fruit? Wait, what did you say? I listened to it. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Let's talk about that. No, I can't say what you said.
um, okay, so if we're going into the space of like knowledge of good and evil, it's like, okay, so what part is the part that we need to know? But then what's the part that like that's going to kind of rip us apart and then allow us to reassemble into something new? Like, what's the part that's the action part of like, what do we actually have to do? Like, who do we have to become?
Hmm.
Because
Okay.
what I'm hearing you say is we are both in the situation where it's like, we already kind of know at least a vague outline of like, I want to be, I don't really want to be anywhere but in this neighborhood. But for whatever reason, even though we know that, we're not willing to go there yet. And it's like, I don't know if we feel like, well, I'm not there and I don't know how to get there, or I'm afraid of going there because what if it's not like I imagine, or I don't deserve to go there, so I'm preventing myself from going there. I don't know what the block is, but if what we're doing is like we're talking and we're eating and we're like embodying this, like, so what is it that we're supposed to know? Where is it that we're supposed to find out? And part of the finding out is through the action of becoming and being. It's like you won't fully know it until you've done it, but it's like, what's the part that like logically you need to just like that, oh, like that's what's broken or that's what's holding me back. Like, so let's change this and start moving into action. It's like, what's the action that we need to start doing?
I feel like I need to clarify something. I know what would be logical to do, but I don't want to do that. It's like, it would be logical for me to do something related to fitness because I've always enjoyed that. But that's not what I want to do. That's never been what I've wanted to do. And it's like, for me, doing that would be kind of settling of like, that's the easy route. I don't want to take the easy route. And I know what the hard route is. Well, the hard right route is, which is like,
I don't know. This is coming up for me. I'm gonna just throw this out there. Just, I think the hard thing for you is taking the easy route.
nice.
Go
Let
ahead.
me distract you. This is my Apple core. I just don't want to invest time and energy and money into building something that isn't what I want. It's like, I want to build a automated or close to automated business. I want to build like a business using the strategy of funnels. It's like, that means creating a course or something like, and I'm okay with the possibility of, oh, well, it's just something that I have somewhat, like it's somewhat degree of interest in, even if I'm not passionate, like I'm fine building that once and then just like tweaking it until it works. And then it's like, all right, it's just the business that I have. If I can figure out a business that I can build that incorporates that element of automation with something that I'm really passionate about, so that no matter how long it takes to set up, I'm okay with doing the work. So it's like, it's either fast and automated or slow and steady, but it needs to be something that really represents who I am. But either way, my end goal is always, I want to be able to automate this so that I don't need to depend on my business. Like, I don't need to, like, yes, I depend on the business, but it's like, I don't depend on investing time and sticking to that specific thing. Like, if I built a business around like coaching and adventure and like challenges and things like that, it's like, if at some point I decide, you know what, I want to do something else, I'm locked in there. And the entire business crumbles if I'm not there to deliver the result. Whereas, of course, if I build an effective funnel, even if I lose interest and my passion changes, like the funnel is still there and I can just keep pumping in like, you know, money into ads and it generates money. Or it's like I can hire someone to do the work, like what little work is required for me. So it's like, I want to make sure that, well, I mean, ideally something that's nearly automated and that represents what I want to do and what I believe in. But it's like, I just don't want to build a business around myself.
Mhm.
So it's like, I'm still like in this place of contemplation because with the whole, wow, with the whole, with the whole like Secrets trilogy, his thing is like, hey, you need to like figure out exactly who your perfect customer is and become obsessed with them and do a ton of research and everything. So I'm like, I need to go to that degree to build a successful business. It makes sense to do that for something that I'm passionate about. So that's why I'm trying to
Mhm.
figure like, what am I passionate about that I'm going to enjoy doing that research and setting all that up, but that's like monetizable enough that people are going to pay a lot of money for, and that can be automated. So I'm still in that research mode of figuring everything out, but I'm getting very clear on exactly what I want. I feel like you just got an aha moment of like, I'm really dumb.
This is a big idea. I don't know that I can fit it all into something, but like I'll unpack it as I need to. The thing that came up for me right now was like we've seen it in movies all the time, but the like somebody is in a perilous situation with somebody else that they're like dangling from the ledge, they're holding onto a rope, like they're at the edge of the cliff kind of thing, and the one guy like that the hero really cares about is just can't hold on any longer, or they sacrifice themselves so the hero can go on. It's like the idea is save yourself, save yourself. What's coming up for me is like the ideal customer is me. It's like I keep trying to run away from this thing. It's like, well, if I if I try to help me, I'm gonna like attract all the people who have the same problems with me that I have. Like I'm not gonna be able to. It's like, but no, that's exactly what needs to happen. Like I need to see myself in as many shades as possible, and be able to like externalize what's happening inside me that I can't look at, and see it across a whole bunch of other different things for other people and be like, holy shit, this is what needs to happen. It's like XYZ, and like, and then you refine and iterate it with a group of people who are very much like you. And you've already had similar experiences, you've already had similar like likes and dislikes. So you're working with a group of people that are they're just a little bit further spread across. Like you're all trying to find the mega timeline, and it's like you're all spiraling the similar trajectory. And if you start pulling all of the people in that are like just a little bit off of that axis, then like you're all kind of focusing on like making that that fuzziness like a lot more focused. And it's by like everybody kind of collectively coming in towards the center, everybody can get much closer to that mega timeline. Um, crap, dude. Like, I'm my ideal customer. Like people even say this, like your ideal customer is somebody that you can help, like, like a year ago, like or 3 years ago. It's like you in the past. And I don't even think it needs to be that, but it's like, what are the things that you need help with? What are the things that you're working on? What are the things that you are going through and willing to go through? And then you can accelerate time by having multiple experiences with a whole group, like by everybody paying attention and putting the focus of the spotlight. Like you become the observer on what everybody in the group is doing. You're speeding up that process of slowly solving that problem, fixing the like the cracks in the what was it, that
Crack.
that fairy tale, story that we came up with, where they broke a hole in the universe, and then they had to fix it to keep the power like from destroying everything. where like
Okay.
all the heroes and villains like basically found this power source that kind of like creates the universe. And so then they were like trying to protect it, and then the heroes turned bad, and then they wanted to like control it, and then they realized that like, oh, like it really just will destroy everything. So like everybody needs to kind of band together to like, you know, keep people from screwing with it when they don't understand what it is. Anyway,
I can't tell if you're referring to an actual thing or if you're referencing that, like, you know, evils, like good guys become the bad guys and bad guys become the good guys, that led to the whole like let's become bad guys thing. So I'm not sure if you're referring to a real thing or just like calling back to that. So I
yeah,
don't know. Yeah,
it was a callback to our, because we did
I,
like
I
a
just wasn't
2 hour.
sure.
Yeah,
But that
no, it's
sounds
not.
familiar.
Yeah. Well, but
Okay.
that's the thing. It's like it sounds familiar because it's like it's just a little bit more real because two of us kind of both went to that place. And when you get a whole bunch of people doing that, it's like, oh, we've all been here, sort of. Like we're creating something where we're all weaving a little bit of threads into this new reality, and then it becomes a real thing when more and more people kind of believe in it or like put attention there and are observing it. So in some sense it's like the way you the way you get closer to the mega timeline is you decide what that is with other people who are like almost just like you. So what we were saying about like letting other people have the experiences and like trusting that like what is the thing that I need to do in order to be on the mega timeline. Like, what if you can go gather all those people and then everybody's having their own experience, but then you can triangulate where the mega timeline is.
Okay, a few things are coming up. First of all, what you said is I think we've been thinking about ideal customer, the customer journey in the wrong way. Because like you said, a lot of people are like, hey, it's just you're your ideal client, but you like a year ago or whatever. So it's like you got to put yourself back in that mindset and figure out like, okay, who's that person? And then find that person and serve that person. And I think it's right. And then what you were saying about like, it doesn't need to be like that. You can help people who are exactly like you now. And I think it's a combination of the two. I think if we use the funnel example, it's like, all right, level number one is like you a year ago. Level number two is like once they evolve to level number two, then it's you 6 months ago. And then they evolve
Mhm.
to you now. And now is your high end coaching or whatever your high end offer is. So it's like, it's a combination of the two because I feel like that's what I always disliked about coaching and stuff like that. It's like every time I enjoy the creation process, but every time I'm done, I'm like, I'm done with this. I don't want to live there. I don't want to build a business around this because it's like I'm staying stuck in that past.
Mhm.
Whereas if I can just lead people on the journey of like, hey, this is kind of like the transformational moment that allows me to evolve to that next stage. And then there's that next one that allows me to go to the next stage. And it's like, you can get them to go through that process way faster. So they end up catching up to you. And you're like, all right, welcome. You're on my level now. Let's
Yeah.
do this together. This is the high end offer. But this is the point where it's like things are really going to start changing for you. And I think like that can evolve as you are evolving. So if you build a
Mhm.
business that really represents who you are, it doesn't matter who you become or how much you evolve because you're always bringing people to your level.
Uh-huh.
Which is exactly why like I've always struggled with building business because it's like I don't want to stick stuck in the past. And because I keep evolving, it's like every time I try to create a business, by the time it would be done, it's like I've already evolved like so far beyond that I've
Yeah.
interest. So I've always tried to find a solution like what kind of business can I create that would allow me to evolve within the business and it's part of the business's growth. And it's like I
Mhm.
can sense I'm starting to understand that, and I can sense I'm getting closer to it, but I haven't quite figured out what that thing is. Like I can tell it's linked, like, you know, entrepreneurship, because that's always been a recurring theme. I can tell it's linked to like adventure and fear and challenges and like overcoming limitations, because I've always had a passion for that. So I'm just like trying to piece everything together. Like, what is that one combination of elements that represents who I am, that's going to allow me to keep evolving and the business to evolve with me and never like be left behind?
Oh, okay. So a friend of mine who's like, he's super into motivation, but he likes to say success leaves clues. And what I take that to mean is like the people who have done what you want to do, like they're leaving a trail for you to find. I think this is why I've always kind of intuited like it's important to build assets. Like I don't want to stay stuck. What you're talking about, it's like I don't want to stay in the past helping people who are there when I'm running ahead. It's like how can you leave like mile markers for people while you're still going ahead? So the people who are way behind you, they can do stuff on their own at their own pace and be like, oh, like Aaron was here, Guillaume was here. Like there's the bat signal. It's like just follow that thing. But excuse me. Um, I think what's coming up for me is like the business that we're both going to be really, at least for me, the one that I really want to build is like actively creating stories or assets that like shift people into another version of themselves, but that allows me to be 100% detached and removed from the process. Like the people who are around me are the people who are having the same experience that I am. So like our mastermind we had was very much that experience. Like you and Jessica and Bobby and I all had so many of the same things happening to us. Like we were all kind of going through these same emotional journeys, even though the circumstances and the details of them look different through each of our lives. Like we were on the same path. We were on that same mega timeline. And if we can figure out how do you say that in a way that um like I think the way that art is and metaphor is a way for certain people to accelerate their growth and progress. It's like for me, the self-help stuff, like the motivational speaking and um, improvement and development genre didn't ever quite work for me because it's like do these specific things like the actual thing of the process wasn't actually what I was right excited about or needed. Like it needed to be my thing, but I needed to see a whole lot of versions of it to kind of internalize it and even kind of like at a subconscious level understand what they were trying to show or teach. I think there is some element of like copying what somebody else does and being willing to go through the hassle and the pain and the struggle of that. Um, and you can accelerate that process because it's going to force you to go through those emotional journeys. But it's like to find the one where it just feels like you are truly just like flying free. It's like you have to figure that out. Like you have to find that perfect little space of balance for yourself. And it's, the thing where it perfectly matches the amount of struggle, the amount of pain and like uh, discomfort for your like for your temperament. And I think that's what like we flow is. It's like what's the amount of difficulty just so much that it's like it keeps you engaged and it's not oppressive.
I heard everything you said, but I understood about 20% of it because my mind was like
Yeah, where were
processing.
you? What were you
Was
processing?
it a hammock? No, I don't know what it is you said, but something you said made me realize. I think I figured out what solution to what I was talking about is.
Hmm.
And it's like, if I get good building funnels and I can easily replicate those, I can build a funnel. So let's say like over the span of a year, let's say this is a yearly like thing. So it's like, all right, I evolve and do whatever feels right for evolution in that year. And then at the end of the year, I use this information that I gathered and what I learned and everything. And if it seems valuable for people, then I can create a course and create a funnel with that, where like the front end offer is to get people in at the start of the funnel where I was at the beginning of the year.
Mhm.
And then as the funnel goes, I lead them through growth and transformation until by the end of the funnel, they get to the point where I was at the end of the year. And it's like, once that's done, like once I get good at that skill, I'm probably gonna be able to create good funnels with not that much work and just like a little tweaking. And it's like,
Mhm.
once it's up and running, it's pretty much like, all right, either I can hire someone to manage it, or
Mhm.
it's like, all right, just tweak it every once in a while. And it's like, there's not that much work to do. And it's
Yeah.
like, I've created that entry point for that year of my life.
Mhm.
And then the next year I do the same thing. So I evolve in whatever like seems right. I create a funnel for that. And then as I create funnels, let's say I do that for 10 years, there's going to be 10 funnels out there and 10 different entry points for people to go in. So if they are where I was 10 years ago, they go in the first funnel and that leads to
Mhm.
the second one and third one and fourth one. It's like they may never catch up, but they can keep going through that and evolving and I
Mhm.
get paid for it. And people who are already beyond that can enter at funnel number 4 or 5 or whatever. And it's like for those people who are quick and catch up, I can charge like high-end coaching if I want to or whatever. But it's like, I think that would be a good way to create like a business that evolves with me. So it's like
Yeah.
the business itself is like the funnel. That is one business, but it's like it's leading to the next funnel, which is another business, and the next funnel, which is another business. But it's like
Mhm.
always represents me and it always represents evolution. And it allows me to do what I want when I want without being
Yeah.
limited. So it's like it can bring people into my world no matter what stage they're at. And I don't have to be stuck like building an entire business around one specific concept or one specific period of my life.
Mhm.
And I feel like if I become good at doing this, and it's like if I get to the point where let's say it's like I'm going to give a speech somewhere, then all I need to do is which level are they at? What is the proper funnel or offer to promote to that group so they can enter my life journey or my business journey at the right point. And
Mhm.
then it's like, even if they are where it was like 10 years ago, it's like I already built that 10 years ago. It's already there, it already exists. I
Yeah.
don't need to go back in that headspace. It's more like, hey, I share a story, and given where you are, this is the right entry point for you.
Yeah.
So it's like, I think that concept is what would allow me to do what I want to do. Now it
Mhm.
just comes down to figuring out how do I do that? Only that.
Let's see here. I have an idea.
And the thing is, like, I think that's it. If I'm able to develop that skill of like how to create a very, very good funnel, then it's like I
Mhm.
can easily create and launch a business within a couple weeks or easily a couple months. And then it's like, all right, 1 month I kind of like focus in, build that out, test everything, set it
Mhm.
up, and it's like runs itself.
Yeah.
And it's like, it, now I'm learning the basics.
Hmm.
And it's like, I feel like once I understand that, then it's just a question of like copy and paste and, just do it again. Because you look at
Yeah.
people, odds are like if you created one successful like $1 million funnel, you're going to create another one and another one and another one.
Hmm.
Like you look at people who create like 7 like $1 million funnels, and it's like, all right, he figured out how to create good funnels. If
Yeah.
I can master that skill, then it's like I'm not limited, because it's not like, oh, I built a business, now I'm stuck in that business. It's like I created the funnel, it can run itself, and even if it doesn't, who cares? I can just create a new one.
Hmm.
I think for me, like that's the work I need to master that skill.
Hmm.
And then once it's set up, like I can do what I want when I want, even if like it means switching businesses all the time. That's okay.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm doing the right thing. Oh, huh. I think that's the difference between rich people and like mega rich people. So it's
Hmm.
like, yeah, okay, you can be a millionaire by just becoming very good and figuring out how do I build this one business.
Yeah.
You become like super rich by becoming good at building a business. Like if that's the skill, if your skill is I'm going to become like I'm going to master how to build my business, like yeah, okay, you can become rich. But
Hmm.
if your skill is like I'm going to become good at building a business,
Hmm.
then you have like endless potential, because you can just go build another business relatively easily. Just build like find the right team. It's like, all right, go build this for me. Or you can teach people how to do it for themselves. It's like once you have that skill, it's
Hmm.
kind of like the idea of, all right, I can figure out how to, earn a bunch of money, or I
Hmm.
can learn how to make money myself.
Mm.
How do I create a printing press? How do I print it? And then it's just a question of turning on the machine and printing it. Whereas if you just become good at earning money, well, every time you have to do the work of earning money.
Hmm. Okay. How would you, I have a question. Go ahead.
I just realized that's why I don't mind like building a funnel for you or for Bobby or for Jessica, which is why I offered to do it for all three of you. Because I'm like, I don't care about building the business. And it's like, hey, if I build it and it's successful, like I'm pretty sure you guys are going to give me some money for it. But
Hmm.
it's like, for me, it's about building that skill. If I'm able to
Hmm.
build the skill of building an effective funnel,
Hmm.
then it's like, all right, I can just then take my time, figure out how to like what I want to build for my own business, and then
Hmm.
funnel for that.
Mm.
All right. So what's your question?
Let me just process what you said. You are okay with helping other people to learn a skill that will help you. It's like, and I've seen that myself. It's like it's harder and more work for me to acquire a skill to use for myself than it is for me to do something for other people in different contexts, uh, and like learn what it is and then apply it to myself.
Yeah. So it's kind of like, all right, I want to learn how to build a funnel. If I want to build a funnel for myself, it's like I need to create a product. I need to create a course. I need to create an offer. I need to figure out what
Hmm.
kind of business I want to run and everything. It's like
Hmm.
I get kind of like lost in all that process of what kind of business do I want to build? What do I want to help people do? Or instead, if I
Mhm.
just find someone who already knows what to do, it's like, all right,
Right.
you do what you do, and I'll help you
Mhm.
build a funnel. So I work only on figuring out the mechanics of building the funnel without
Yeah.
needing the work of doing like, hey, I need to create like the lead magnet. I need to create the funnel. I need to create the video. I need to create this. It's more like, okay,
Yeah.
this is the structure you need to follow. Go and do it. And then we'll
Mhm.
move on to step one to the next step.
Mhm.
So it's kind of like splitting the workload. It's like, sure, I don't get paid on the back end of it,
Mhm.
but I learned the skill without having to go through the trouble of creating everything myself when
Yeah.
all I wanted to do was learn the process.
Yeah. Okay, so how could we accelerate this? Like if we figured out like what's the right intake form, where it's like what are the bare minimum info? Because when you did the funnel build with me, I realized like, oh shit, like there's a bunch of stuff I don't know about myself and like what I'm trying to do that I can't just plug and play the basic information for like a really simple funnel.
That's exactly the beauty of this. As I'm doing this with you, it's showing me like, all right, these are all the elements that I need. And then like
Mm-hmm.
it's working in the background for me.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I don't really need to work on it. I need to like work on yours and then Jessica's and Bobby's. Like
Mm-hmm.
I offer him like, hey, once you're at that point, let me know and I'll help you.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like by doing that, I understand the mechanism. And at the same time, like my brain's like, all right, I need to figure this out, figure that out, figure that out. So that by the time that
Mm-hmm.
I get to mine, it's like I don't need to figure out how to build a funnel. That part is already
Mm-hmm.
mastered. More like, all right, plug and play.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like I could create and launch like the business in a couple weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And also like the thing that I realized is like I mean, I'm assuming you're familiar with the concept of the perfect webinar.
Mm-hmm.
It's like time and time again, that just proves to be the most effective way to sell anything online.
Mm-hmm.
Because like it's been tested so many times by so many different people and proven so
Right.
effective that it's like, even though like the funnel we sketched out for you and everything, it makes sense. It's well
Mm-hmm.
structured.
Right.
I feel like if we can find a way to take what you want to offer and transform that into a perfect webinar, that
Yeah.
would convert so much better. Because like I already
So
have all the assets. Like he gives you the assets of like, this is the structure to follow. In
mm-hmm.
fact, I even have like the PowerPoint of the perfect
Right.
webinar where I can just like fill in the blanks.
Mm.
And it's like if I purchase the like I'm not sure what the difference is, but there's like a $7 perfect webinar script that you can
Mm-hmm.
buy, but and then there's an upsell of like, hey, you get the exact script for that. So I'm like, hey, if I
Mm-hmm.
upgrade, get that. It's like I literally have the PowerPoint, I have the script, I have the structure and everything, and
Mm-hmm.
it's like everything is there. There's even like the sales page and everything. So it's just like literally
Mm-hmm.
fill in the blanks because like as much as I hate webinars, they work. And it's like a
Mm-hmm.
month ago, I came into a free training that turned out to be a webinar with no interest in buying it. At the end, the structure is just like it was so much value in there that I'm like, I gotta buy this, and I spent $1,000. It's like, okay, the
Mm-hmm.
product didn't deliver, which is why I got a refund.
Mm-hmm.
But the structure work, it got me from a point of like, I have no interest in buying this. I'm just curious by this free training to
Right.
I need to buy this now.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that is so powerful.
All right. So let's try to create that and then just emulate. I mean, there's so many like VSL funnels that you can just copy and paste. Like that's what so many people use is that perfect webinar template and then like a VSL page. And then you start filling out the sales page copy based on, what people are responding to, the information that they give you. It's like, but as long as you have that VSL, like you have an asset that people can respond to and be like, heck yes. And then you can ask like, hey, why did you join? Or they'll be like, wasn't for me. Like, okay, so what was your objection? Like, what came up for you?
All right, I have a question for you. Do you want to do this quickly or do you want to do it
Yes.
right?
Let's do it quickly so that we can do it right.
I'm just asking because it's like we have most of the elements and everything that we need to build the perfect webinar funnel.
Mhm.
I feel though that you need to go through the process of becoming very clear on who your perfect client is, your like ideal customer is. Like
Mhm.
go like very deep because if you take the time to do that work and then we build the funnel,
Yeah, it goes a lot faster.
like if we do that properly, like it goes faster. And I feel like, okay, you know what? Let's make this into a challenge. Let's build you a like 2 comma club funnel. That's our goal for you. Let's build you
Alright.
that funnel.
Sounds good.
And in the interest of motivating both of us, even though I do it just for fun, like let's like, are you comfortable giving me a 10% stake in the income generated by this?
Mm,
You're like, no,
I
screw
would,
you.
I would be a lot more comfortable if we said, let's, let's call it like 50% of the first 20K. And then it's 50% of the business after we, like, if it's generating money, then let's figure out the actual structure of, we both own this business. So, okay, so that was a really unclear
Yeah, that was kind of
What I,
confusing.
what I was gonna, what I'm really trying to say is like, let's do 50-50. I mean, if we're both gonna do this, like, let's both own it. And then whatever
Alright,
we do next, like, we'll know the process a lot better. And then we can create something new and then figure out like, does this want to be your thing? Or do you want this to be my thing? Or do you want or should we just do it again together?
dude, I kind of like this because whenever I come up with projects and stuff, it's like I like to be like, I don't know how else to describe it. Like I like to be the star of like, hey, I'm a storyteller. I like to present. I like to like
Mhm.
create stuff. So it's like I've never done the like I'm behind the scenes.
Mhm.
And this would be exactly like, hey, I'm behind the scenes. Like this
Mhm.
is your business, your product, you're in the
Mhm.
videos, like no one knows who I am. It's kind of like if we take ClickFunnels as an example, like there's Russell Brunson, who's the star of it. And then there's the other partner who I don't even know his name,
Mhm.
but it's like, hey, they built the business together. And I'm assuming it's 50-50. It's like no one knows who that other guy is,
Mhm.
but he's made a crap ton of money doing it.
Mhm.
And it's like, I'm okay being that guy. In fact,
Mhm.
for this project, like I want to be that guy. So I guess like I'm in this project, like I'm gonna be the funnel guy.
Mhm.
Like you're the one who's like, you figure out like who's your audience. You become very clear on that. And it's like I feel like you're also very good on the front end of, I feel like that's a skill you want to build. You want to build a skill of how to attract customers, how to
Mhm.
build an audience.
Yeah.
So it's like if you want to take on that part, I'll take on the back end of like funnel building and delivering everything and like setting everything up on the back end. And then
Mhm.
you do the process of, since this is your business, like you're in the videos, you do the teaching and the training, but it's like we do all the work together. So it's like
Mhm.
for teaching and training, we can like flesh out the courses and everything together, but it's like you're the one doing the actual teaching and it's based on.
Yeah. Dude, this is gonna be crazy.
All right, how about this? No, why am I doing that? I'm an idiot. Never mind. I was gonna say like, okay, how about this? Like 50-50, and then like once we hit like a million, like the $1 million mark, like I'll just like step out and like go do my own thing, and then you can run everything, and like my profit will be like 25%. But I'm like, once it's set up, like all we need to do is drive traffic, and once we figure out how to do that, it's pretty much automated. So it's like, why would I sell myself short?
Yeah, it's free money. I mean, it's like once you figure out what's working, then it's just like if you're like, I'm gonna give away a whole bunch of this, you just find channels where you're the money that is coming into the business, whatever you take that you want, the rest of it goes back into like, all right, other people who are good at traffic, who are good at promotion, affiliates, and like commission sales, all of that stuff. It's like you just keep giving it out, giving it out, giving it out, and it just goes and builds and grows more and more. I mean, it's the process of investing, except for you're investing in your own property and you're paying like people who are good at sales, as opposed to like when you have something where you have a huge pool of money, then you're starting to invest in other people's systems and other people's companies and products where they're doing stuff like that.
Yeah, man, what you did without knowing it was really smart. Because I was like, hey, I'll help you build a funnel and like I'll get 10%. And it's like, I was thinking like all I do is the funnel. But what you
Mhm.
did was smart, because you're like, you're thinking, I mean, you did it from just a generous perspective of like, hey, let's just, split the profits. But because of that, now I'm like, all right, we can come up with the course together, and I'm going to help you figure out who your right audience is and everything. Whereas before it's like, all I want to do is build a funnel.
Mhm.
Like you turned me from a like contract worker to a partner. So it's like, I feel like that's going to be way more effective for the business. Because
Yeah.
before it's like, even though I want to help you and I would have done whatever I could to help you, I was in the mindset of, I'm just going to build a funnel.
Mhm.
Whereas now it's like, all right, we're building this business together. Like I'm the funnel builder,
Yeah.
and you're like the I don't know, content deliverer, if you will.
Yeah.
But it's like we're kind of like bouncing off each other. It's like I kind of like this because I don't need. Actually, is this how I automate a business? Build a business with someone else? Because like
I mean, I've
you're
not
taking on
found
all
any.
the things that I don't like to do. Like the thing that's been holding me back is business. Like, well, what do I want to teach? I don't want to do
Mhm.
coaching on the back end. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. And you're like, I
Mm.
want to do this. I want to do that. I want to do that. I don't really want to build a funnel.
No, that's what we need to do. Our the revenue model, or like the magic sauce, is figure out the thing that you don't mind, or at least that you can build in the long term. And then you find people who seem like they're on the right track and they need the help. And so you say, if I provide this thing, does that jumpstart your whatever? And then they do their magic sauce and you're like, all right, I'm gonna get 50% of whatever you do. So it's like you're basically offering to give somebody a shove, and hopefully they're close enough to their own hill where they're going to coast downhill to where they can finally get enough speed to where they can run themselves. And if you
Dude,
just do that for enough people, like,
I just realized something. I think
I
this
mean,
is the solution to our laziness of like, I don't have the motivation to build the business because I'm the only one benefiting. I'm like, okay, to use an analogy, it's like,
mhm,
what's his name? Sisyphus, the guy who like pushed the
mhm,
boulder up the hill.
right, right, right.
Like now we're like two people. It's like one person's pushing, one person's like pulling. It's like, all right, you hold it for a while. I'm gonna take a break.
Mhm,
It's like, all right, you do the things that I don't like. I do the things that you don't like. And it's like,
mhm,
oh crap, I need to do this because Aaron's doing his end of it.
mhm.
And it's like, I think that's possibly the solution that we need to both build the business that we want to build. So it's like, I think we're good in the sense that we have the same kind of thinking, but we have different passions, like opposite passions.
Mhm.
Like you enjoy interacting with people and building communities and teaching people. It's like that's
Mhm.
the part that I don't enjoy. I
Mhm.
enjoy the challenge of like building the business, structuring everything, perfecting things, tweaking. Like I enjoy doing that.
Yeah.
Man, this and the funny thing is I'm like, I just want to build this skill so that when I'm ready, I can build my business. But it's like, hey, if we build, sorry, when we build this $1 million funnel, it's like, hey, if I'm making $500,000 a year and it's like you're doing all the work, like I don't need to build my own business. Also, I like how it went from $1 million funnel to $1 million a year.
There's a lot of like two comma club multiple award winners that do like over $1 million of revenue a month in their funnels. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm sure the cost of that like goes to a lot of things like commission sales and um paid traffic, but like I'm sure they're making a decent amount of money.
I
Like when you're
feel
doing
like
that,
once you have a successful funnel, like even if you're making like 1 million, but you're not actually making 1 million, like I feel like successful funnels can easily double your money.
yeah.
It's like even if they're spending $500,000 to make 1 million, it's like they're still
Mhm.
making $500,000 in profit every single month.
Yeah.
Whereas you look at other businesses where it's like they spend like $90 to make $100.
Hmm.
It's like you look at their business, they're making like, oh, I'm making like $1 million per month. It's like, yeah, but it's costing you $900,000 to get that. It's like, yeah,
Yeah.
you're still making $100,000, but it's costing you a lot of time and energy to do that. Whereas funnels, it's
Yeah.
like it's set up. It's just a question of like split testing and tweaking. That, in fact, that's what I love. Something that Russell Brunson said is like the beauty of funnels is you can give yourself a raise in a day. It's like, hey, you change the headline and
Hmm.
you go from like a 10% conversion rate to a 15% conversion rate. You just like made 150% of your income
Hmm.
with one tweak. Like I feel like if we do the work of like, figuring out your target audience, perfect customer and everything, it's like we build the right funnel for them. And then it's
Right.
like every single week we test something different within the funnel. Like after a
Hmm.
year, like we're gonna have a super streamlined and successful funnel.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so this is what I would say is like, I think there's like we get the basic funnel up and running, and then it's just a matter of like, all right, if you can test one or two things a week, where you just check, it seems like this seems to work better than this, and then what I can do is test different elements of because one of the things that he says with the perfect webinar funnel is like you really, in order to make it work fast, you really want to teach it live, like
Yeah.
a couple dozen times or so. It's like
Actually,
20 to 30 presentations, either as a live webinar or in front of real people, to really kind of check and vet like what are people responding to. You focus more on those things, you just keep adding to your stack.
yeah, what he suggested is do it live every week for a year. Once you do that,
Mm-hmm.
webinar is going to be perfect at the end.
Mm-hmm. So what I should do is like schedule like one or two talks a week. Like go to different groups and audiences that I think are my ideal client avatar. It's like, all right, we're gonna carve out a big chunk. Here's where I think my people live. And then you actually validate that by, all right, so you go find those audiences, go do your talk, and then what do people respond to? Oh, well, I thought they were gonna like this story, or they thought they were gonna understand this thing, but like everybody's like, oh, I really responded to this. That's like, okay, I guess I better tell that story and make that more of like the center point. Because like I've already done this a couple times in talks that I've done, It's like people give you comments on like, oh, I really like this, I took this away, and it's like the amount of energy and effort that it takes for somebody to actually go and leave a comment or reach out to you, say, hey, thank you so much for like, this is what I liked. Like, it's enough that that's something to pay attention to.
Yeah,
And
and I feel like once we set it up, like if you're on the front end, like tweaking the webinar every week and testing different things,
mhm,
and I'm on the back end, like split testing like different versions of the headline, it's like if you get a tweak in your webinar that's like, oh, you just boosted like people who click on the link to go buy it by 10%.
mhm,
And it's like on the back end, I find a tweak in like, let's say the headline that boosts
mhm,
people signing up by 10%. It's like that makes
mhm.
a huge difference. And it's like we
Yeah.
can do both at the same time because your goal is like, how many people do we get to click on the link? That is going to be your
Uh-huh.
metric. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
also like how many people sign up, but I feel like that's more about the sign up page.
Mhm.
So it's like your goal is to get people to click on it. And then the funnel itself, the sales page is going to get them to sign up. Like what you say does have an
Mhm.
impact on the amount of people that sign up. But I feel like your metric that you're after is like, how many people can I get to click on the link? And then on the back end, the
Yeah.
metric is, let's say we're split testing everything. So it's like you get 100 people to click on the link, and then we send 50 to one version, 50 to the other. And then we check like, all right, how many people signed up to each? So it's like your goal is like, all right, can I get 110 people to sign up next week?
Mhm.
And my goal is like, can I get like 30 people to sign up instead of 20 or whatever like that number
Mhm.
is. And I think we can like split test those things simultaneously.
Yeah.
Like obviously the best way to know is like if you tweak just the webinar in the front end and we see how many people click and how many people purchase, and then
Mhm.
week we can compare that. But if we do that, it's like, well, then we have a full year where we can't split test the sales page because
Mhm.
then like if we change anything, we don't know where it's coming from exactly. But I feel like it's
Yeah.
safe enough to know like if your goal is to just get more people to click on it,
Mhm.
then that's a like good enough metric.
Yeah.
Because like I feel like, yeah, okay, we're gonna get better like statistics if you
Mhm.
just change one thing at a time. But if you just change one thing at a time, and we could like tweak something on the back end that doubles the conversion rate, then we've been losing
Mhm.
double the conversion rate for a year. So
Yeah.
I feel like it's worth the risk of split testing like two things at once, even if we're not 100% sure where the increase in conversion came from. I feel like it's still worth it.
Mhm.
Anyway, that's way ahead of where we are right now. Ooh, dude, I just realized this YouTube channel is evolving into watch us build our business.
Yeah. All right. So I think the first thing that, go ahead.
We need to do is come up with a goal. Is that our goal? Building in like, all right, our goal is building $1 million funnel. So we want to get that 2 Comma Club award just because it's going to mark like
Mhm.
that's the mile.
Yeah.
So that's our goal.
Dang. I mean, I want one of those silver ones. The
Well,
the
let's
big
just start with
$10
two
million
Comma Club
one.
then, and then we can. I mean, because that's the thing. Like once we do this, then we can go for the 10 one, and then we can go for the 100
Yeah.
one. And he's like in the book, I forget which one it was. I think it was Expert Secrets. He's like, we don't have an award for someone who's made like $1 billion with the funnel yet. And he's like, yet.
Oh man. Can you imagine being like these idiot nobodies like who talk about poop all the time. Like that's the first $1 billion funnel. Like we don't know where these guys came from. In like 3 years, they made $1 billion through a funnel. Like, what the hell?
Man, I would love if that was my business, like building like $1 million funnel for you and Jessica and Bobby. If I did that, like that would just that would blow my mind.
And think about, I'm like, if that's all you're doing is just helping your friends be successful, it's you've actually made $1.5 million. You made more than everybody else if you're partnering 50
I
50
know
with
that's
people.
the thing. I think the beauty of this is because we're partners, I can easily like host everything on ClickFunnels on my end. So it's like you don't need to do the work, you don't need to have a ClickFunnels account, you don't need to do anything. Like you just need to do what you do best, which is
Yeah.
create the course. Like figure out exactly like who your target audience is, create the course,
Uh-huh.
create the training and everything. It's like you do the work, you run the business, but I run the funnel,
Yeah.
which gives you the business. So it's kind of like it's perfect. So I can literally run everything on my end, and it's like
Uh-huh.
all the money that we generate from the funnel. Since we're partners, it's like, hey, I get paid, and I just like send you your commission. Well, your commission
Mhm.
50%. Whereas before, it's like, oh, I'm going to build a funnel for you. It's like, oh, I'm going to build it in my account that I have to transfer to you, and I have to use your thing. But
Mhm.
it's like, since we're partners, I can just use and run everything on my end. It's like
Yeah.
it avoids that headache. Ooh,
We need to
dude, I just
find
realized
we need to
something.
find we need to find somebody who has a knack for creating traffic. Either like they are really good at Facebook or YouTube ads, or they're really good at organic marketing. It's like if we can find somebody that meshes with the the group, or maybe that's what I'm doing. Maybe that's what this is gonna turn into.
I mean,
But I
that's the
feel
thing.
like
You've always had an interest for building audiences and things like that. It's like if you figure out, like, if you unlock that strategy to like generate traffic, if you're able
Mhm.
to master that, it's like, man, this like even if you don't build your business, like just having that skill,
Yeah.
it's like, hey, if you have the skill of driving targeted traffic that converts, I have the skill
Mhm.
of building funnels that convert, we
Yeah.
can literally build businesses like Snap, like either our own businesses that we just set up and like let run, or we can just get people to hire
Mhm.
us. Like, hey, we'll build your business. So it's like he drives the traffic, I build the funnel, and we take a chunk of all your earnings.
Mhm.
That could be the business. Anyway, we're getting ahead of ourselves, but I'm I'm excited about this. I'm even more excited that I don't have to do the work. Like I have to do the work, but to me it's not work because it's the part that I enjoy.
Yeah, that's how it should feel. It's like I'm doing the part that's fun. And I think that's what I'm seeing is like if you do it all yourself, you have to do the parts that like you have to be willing to like take the hits that feel hard. But if you create if you say what do I need to do that allows me to be on the mega timeline in the easiest way possible and let the other people do the part that they need to do. It's like if you are all on your own separate journeys, you still have to do all the pieces. But if you start talking to each other and saying, what part are you doing? What part are you doing? What part are you doing? You can start building that like vortex around the mega timeline where everybody's only doing the part that they need to do so that the whole thing is happening.
Hmm. What I love about this is like, it's going to require a lot of work on my end to set up and launch and perfect. But once that's done, it's like my job is pretty much done. Like it's just like keep things running and keep like tweaking and split testing every once in a while. But it's like that doesn't require much work.
Yeah.
So it's like once we set this up and it's running, it's like, hey, you're doing your part that you enjoy, which is, working with the community and everything. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing the part that I enjoy, which is not working. And then I can go out and like, if I want to build my own thing. Because I feel like once we build this up and it's successful, like it's going to be really cool. It's like cool money, but I feel like I'm going to get to the point where it's like, I want to do this for myself. Like I want to be the star this time,
Yeah.
But I like the idea for now of like, we're building out. I mean, it's not your thing, it's our thing, but it's like, it's, I mean, I don't know. I still view it as your business because it's like your customer, your product, your passion. I'm just the partner who's there. And it's like, hey, I'm making this happen. So it's like, I'm fine committing to that 100%, but it's like, it's kind of like, okay, to use the sitcom example, it's like your wife died and you have to raise the kids by yourself. And I'm the friend who moves in to help you. So it's not my kids. It's like, it kind of becomes like they're my kids and I'm like spending time with them and helping and everything. It's like, I care as much about them, but they're not my kids. So
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's kind of the full house example. So I guess, wait, who would I be? Would I be Joey or would I be Jesse in this example? I feel like I could be, because it's like I am kind of like an idiot who just like messes around all the time, but I also kind of am
Mm-hmm.
like I never consider myself a ladies' man, but it's like I kind of am in a way. So I guess I'm kind of both. All right. So how do we do this? Like, what's the process you want to go through? Because I mean, we can do the work together of figuring out who your target audience is, but it's like you're the one who needs to figure that out. Like, I can't decide for you who the target audience is. So, how do you want to go through that process? You just want to take like a day or something, like some time to just kind of like let this all sink in and kind of like figure out the strategy and the structure and everything, or do you want to jump in now?
Let's see.
Because in the beginning, like it's
I
easy
think
for me.
I have.
Like all I need to do is keep doing the research and the training and like help you figure things out. But it's like you need to do the hard work of
Mm-hmm.
figuring out who your target
Yeah.
audience. I feel like if we're gonna do this, no, sorry. Now that we're doing this, um,
Mm-hmm.
maybe we should go back to like daily sessions, or at least like 5 times a week. So it's like at least a couple hours
Mm-hmm.
every day we're working on this because it's not just like, oh, we're doing this. It's like, no, we're building a business. Like we're doing this seriously. And it doesn't
Yeah, I
necessarily
think
mean we
I
need to be
think
like actively
this is
doing
shifting
hard.
into Well, think, I think this is the answer to the question we were asking earlier is like, what is the stuff that we need to know? And then the rest of it we just do. And I think what we're seeing is like, okay, so we know in order to build a funnel, we need to know what kind of audience we are targeting. We already have like there's lots of resources helping you get clear on that client avatar. Like so if we just set the goal of like every week knock like work as much as we can in for a couple hours on this particular task or homework, and it's like just getting on a call, it's way easier for me to just do this with you because I like talking to you. And then it makes it not something that's like homework that's boring or something that I don't like to do if I have to do it by myself. Just like, all right, we got like, what do we got to do next? What's the next part? And just doing it.
Yeah, and I feel like the best strategy for this first part is you focus on figuring out like who the like what's the term they always use, the perfect
Like client
customer,
avatar.
ideal, yes,
Mhm.
ideal customer. So that's your job. Like if you come up with strategies or techniques to do that, that's fine. But I feel like with this whole like
Mhm.
secret trilogy and everything, it's like if we just go through that step by step and it's like build it up, we're going to be successful. So I don't
Mhm.
want you to do any of the work of like doing the research of like what is the strategy to figure this out. Like I'm going to do the research, I'm going to read the books, I'm going to like take the courses and the notes and everything, and I'm going to walk you through everything. And so it's like my job is figuring out how do we get you
Mhm.
to find that customer avatar. Your only work is I need to figure out who my perfect customer avatar is. And it's like I'm finding and like doing the strategies. So it's like, what is the techniques we need to use to find the right avatar, and you do the
Mhm.
work. So it's kind of like I run you through the exercises, which I think is going to be way easier because
Mhm.
every time I've tried to do this for myself, it becomes so confusing and overwhelming of like, all right, this is what I'm trying to do. How do I do this? And it's like, it's way easier if I do it for you and you just
Mhm.
focus on figuring it out, you know?
Mhm.
Since I'm already doing this research and everything. So it's like, that's going to be my work, which is what I'm already doing. So it's like book
Mhm.
one, which is I've already been through a couple of times that I've taken notes, is like the basic
Mhm.
structure of the funnel. Book number two is
Mhm.
where it's just like, how do you become an expert? How do you figure out who your audience is? And book three is about
Mhm.
how do we drive the traffic. So it's like, I haven't started that one yet, but I feel
Right.
like actually I just started before a call, but like, I feel like it's going to be like a mixture of book two and three for now. So it's like, I
Mhm.
feel like I'm going to try to get through it today. I just don't know how long it's going to take. Because last time I went through the second one, it's like it
Mhm.
took me all day to just go through and take notes on everything because there was a lot of information. So for now, just kind of like
Yeah.
start brainstorming and kind of like on the back end, do like the subconscious work of, all right, I need to start getting clear on this without actually doing any exercise.
Mhm.
Just kind of like play around with the idea. And I'll just do the work of like, hey,
Mhm.
going through the book and taking the notes and figuring out what process do we need to go through.
Mhm.
And then, yeah, so how do you want to do this? Do you want to do like daily calls during the week and then we can take the weekend off if you want? Like, because I mean, I don't know if you're willing to do this every single day. Because I feel like if we're actively working on building the business, this is going to be more intense than just normal floaching. So maybe like 7 days a week,
Yeah.
still intense. I don't know. I don't know. Like, what feels right for you? Because I feel like I'm going to be doing the work, but it's going to be like more like rational work. You're the one who's going to be doing like the emotional work, you know? So I feel like it might be more mentally exhausting for me. Because like I'm going to
Yeah.
be the one asking the questions, you're going to be
Um,
answering the questions.
yeah. Let's.
I mean, if you don't know right now, you can, you know, go home and, you know, speak with your family and figure out like what's the best routine or, you know, strategy time wise that works
Mhm.
with them and with
Yeah.
it's like I want us to do this right. We don't need to do it fast. Like, we won't waste any time and but it's like we don't need to do this in 30 days. Like it can take 90 days if it has to. It can take a year. Like
Yeah.
let's do this right and as quickly as we
Mhm.
can without overwhelming ourselves.
Mhm. Yeah, I think for me, I'm I'm cool with meeting every day. Let's try like Monday through Thursday, like Sunday through Thursday.
Seems very weird, but okay.
Well, Fridays I have stuff like for crowd scale.
Oh yeah, right. You have a job. Got it.
Yeah. Change this to oops.
If you want, for the next few days, we can just like have normal floating sessions, but with the focus of like who are the people you want to serve? What are the kinds of offers you want to
Mhm.
provide? What kind of business do you want to build? So you get like, even though we're not working on specifics, it
Mhm.
like it gives us a general idea of what we're aiming for. Because right now, like I don't know how clear you are. I
Yeah.
have no idea what kind of business you want to build. Do you want to like try to build an automated business where most of the revenue is generated from courses? Do you want most of the revenue to come from coaching? Do you want to like have a like book front end offer? Like what is the structure of the business that you want to build?
All right. So I do want to be a little bit involved with the business. I mean, the perfect business for me would be like basically assembling a well, let me think.
Actually, you know what? Let's not
What
try
I
to
truly want.
you just want to float of like we set the intention
Yeah.
of let's figure out what kind of business you want to build and then just have a conversation of like that's the intention. Let's see what comes up.
Okay. That sounds good. Let me go warm up my food.
Let me go get an apple and
I'm
some
gonna
dates
go stick this in the microwave.
and some Kleenex.
I'll be back.
Well, I'll be back also, but I'm taking you with me, so we'll both be back.
Thank you for staying. Thank you guys. I put your Okay, thank you. Take care. Adios.
Well, not a bad one. I mean, it matters because you're on YouTube watching, but no one watches this anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's funny, this is the first time that Aaron leaves to go do something, and I don't feel the need to just fill the silence. I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna do my stuff. And of course, now that I said that, now I feel the need to speak. That it feels weird not talking. Oh well. Life is strange. I'm gonna go look for mangoes while I'm waiting. Oh, great. Muddy mangoes. Nope. I'm tempted to go look in the tree. Feels like it would be hard to spot the ones that are ripe though, and reach them. Also, I'm looking up and I don't really see any. Oh yeah, they're just really high up. Now I'm kind of really tempted to go up. Although while holding a phone, probably not the best idea. I'll just stick with apples and dates for now. But yeah, that's definitely going to be a challenge before I leave. Going up in the tree to pick a mango. Hey, welcome back.
I'm back.
Could you hear me talking the entire time? I mean, I wasn't talking the entire time, but
Yeah.
I must say, even though we haven't officially started yet, this has
I heard that
taken
while you were talking to somebody. I didn't exactly hear what they're talking, and then
okay, connection is really bad. I don't know if it's on your end or my end, but Yeah, it's horrible. Um, hold on. Let me turn off my video, see if that makes a difference.
I seem to be hearing you okay. I guess I could turn off my video too.
That's going to be extra boring.
That still a bad connection?
It's not perfect, but it seems better. Yeah. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So it's funny because even though we haven't officially started yet, I already feel like a
Mm,
weight has been lifted off my shoulder of like, oh, I don't need to like come up with the business. I just need to build
mm,
business.
mhm.
So it's kind of like I'm still building a house, but now I'm not the one deciding everything. I'm not the one deciding like, all right, what kind of house is this? How many levels are there? How big is
Mhm.
it? How much is it going to cost?
Yeah,
Like, I know how to build a house, so I'm going to build a house, but I don't need to take any. I mean, I'm sure I'm going to have to take some decisions, but it's like the pressure has been relieved. And I don't
mm.
know. I don't know about you. Like, is it the opposite? Or are you like, crap, I got all the pressure? Or is it like the pressure of building it and doing like all the back end work has been removed?
No, it feels really good.
Man, we're idiots trying to build our own business.
I know, right?
Dude, this is the ultimate networking.
Dude, also, if this works, what the heck kind of a irresistible offer? It's like, let me build your business for you.
Well, I mean, okay, no, that's not exactly what Russell did, but it's like in the beginning, I mean, he probably still does that, but he's like, hey,
Mhm.
I got to the point where I was charging companies like $1 million plus a share of their company to build them their funnel. And it's like that could be our offer. Like if we do this and we're like, all right, like we've done it, it's kind of like running by itself. We want to do something new.
Mhm.
We could offer that as a service of like, hey, you have a business, like
Mhm.
we're just gonna come in, build out the funnel, like help you perfect everything and restructure everything.
Yeah.
And we make like 20% of your like we own 20% of your income of your company.
Mhm.
And I feel like if we do that, like we do that for 10 people, like we never ever
Mhm.
ever need to work again. Like even if we just like that sort of thing is like if we do this for you, for Bobby and Jessica,
Uh-huh.
like okay, Bobby and Jessica are gonna have to work because that's the kind of business that they want to build. That's what they enjoy.
Mhm.
But it's like I'll never
Yeah.
have to work again if I don't want to. And you, well, I don't know, because I feel like you're kind of in between. Because like they're the typical coaches in the sense of like they like to be involved. I'm the
Yeah.
typical funnel person in the sense that I like to build it, but then I don't like to run it. Well, I mean, running is fine, but it's like
Yeah.
I don't want to work.
Mhm. It's
That's the
like
thing. Like
well, the way I would describe it
I
is
see
like
these as challenges.
I like to
It's like
make things. Mhm.
yeah. Go ahead.
I like to I like to make things and stay in a space that has nothing to do with like 3D. So it's like if you require me to like be there, I usually try to look for a way to get out of it.
which is funny because for me it's kind of the opposite. It's like I I enjoy the, creative process, but I enjoy it even like I enjoy the creative process, but I get satisfaction and fulfillment from real world challenges.
Mm, mhm,
It's like I don't necessarily enjoy the challenges, like not in the same way. Whereas like creative, it's just like it's such a fun world to live in. Whereas challenges, like a lot of the times it sucks, but it's such like a
mhm,
proud feeling to see the end result of like I created that, I accomplished that.
mhm.
All right, so if you like to live in the creative space, what kind of business do you want to create?
Honestly, I feel like I've been holding on really tightly to like this idea that I want to be real. And maybe part of the reason I've been resisting doing it is because I know that specifics are not usually right. And so maybe I just need to do it with the idea of like, well, I have something specific enough that it's tangible enough for me to fulfill on. But it's just like that's the first narrowing process. It's like let me head that direction to that area of the universe and do this thing, but it's like I'm doing this to find out what actually do I need to build. I think that's what it's been missing. It's like I had this idea of something that I really wanted, and instead of looking at it like that's my compass, I'm looking at it as like that's where I want to go. And the thing is like when you're dealing with ideas and feelings, often you're the only one that can fully experience it like the way that you do. And it has to be kind of like transmuted or translated and adjusted for other people to be able to get there. Hmm.
Sounds very confusing. Because I hear you describing that, and I still have no clue what you want to do.
Okay, well, what I want to do, I want to create a creative leadership development community. So it's like, how do you find the next generation's Steven Spielbergs and J.J. Abraham and Stephen King and whatever, the people that can kind of like really shift uh, cultural consciousness like several degrees with just like their own perspective, the way that they're able to tap into creativity and emotion directly. If I can help a whole bunch of those people figure out like what are some of the basic things that you need to learn and acquire besides your creativity to make that accessible to a vast larger audience. For me, it's been like going through the process of like, oh, I need to know a little bit of something about business. I need to know a little bit about marketing. I need to know a little bit about what other people want so that I can make the corrections or adjustments so that people understand what I'm trying to do. But like if I can I can do that, where people can get paid to basically just share their perspective, to be able to harness their creativity and say, this is what I think and what I feel about the world. And that other people are able to access that in a way that they find valuable so that people can get paid to just share their perspective. Like if I can create a tribe of people who do that, it's like we might be able to. I think that would be really, really cool. Like that's the legacy that I want to leave, is creating a tribe of culture shifters, like people who create art because they have something something they want to say, and it might just be purely creativity that they want to express, but maybe it's like they have something that they're translating into stories or feelings. Because when you just come out and tell people, like if you try to start a movement, like this is what we think, this is, you know, what everybody should do, you run aground of like people getting super triggered by it. Like it turns very political. But when you know, when you hide it beneath a layer of art, then the people who really resonate with it like it, and then the other people who don't resonate with it, they're just like, oh, it's not for me.
Okay, so not to poop all over your parade, but something occurred to me as you were speaking. So let me ask you a question. Do you want to build a business to help those people, or do you just want to be one of those people? Do you want to find the next Steven Spielberg, or do you want to be the next Steven Spielberg?
I guess the answer is okay. I think this is what I see is there's value in doing both, because like you're always going to have these periods of like sometimes you're doing stuff and other times you aren't, and like having other areas where you can spend time is useful. It's sort of like when I was working, you know, when I was like leading the media teams in churches, like I really enjoy running the soundboard or directing the video crew, like being the guy that everything is running through. But then there's times when I'm like, I really don't want to do any of it, and I just want people to do it for me. And so it's like when the energy is there to do it, like I want to be able to do it. And then when it's like I'm not really in a season where I like want to be making something, like I can cheer other people on and help them to do it so that I don't have to be the one to do it. I guess that's what it's really about. It's like if I can help other people to be like me, to do what I do, like to show them how I have found way to do things, like it means I don't have to do it all. So I can just do it in the moments where it's like I'm enjoying it, and then enjoy watching other people do it. So I think part of it is like, I would like to have had the experience of doing, some like world-class storytelling, either like a feature film or TV series or something brand new that nobody's created before, but that like starts a new storytelling industry. But like, I don't want to be trapped in having to do it all the time. If that makes sense.
Okay. I was just asking because I don't want you to like build a business because like to help other people to accomplish something when deep down you want to accomplish it and you're just using that as an excuse because like maybe you're like, oh well, I don't deserve that or I'm not going to be successful, so I'm just going to help other people. I just
Mhm.
want to make sure that's what you actually want to do and
Yeah.
not what you're settling for.
Yeah. Well, I think the answer is like something like I want to be like fully free and creative to express in the way that I want to express, but I won't ever be able to do that very well unless I have my own special like process that I've made and invented to do that. Like if I have to use somebody else's system, it's so uh painful to like make myself go through the steps to like do it somebody else's way. And so it's sort of like I want to build the thing that is going to let me do it unencumbered, but be able to kind of speed up the process in the assembly line, so to speak.
Okay, I see.
Because it's like, I mean, here's how another, I guess, just more detail. Like I know how to do all the parts of the process. Like I know how to sit down and write a script. I know how to like set up all the shots, like light the set, um, direct people. I know a little bit of acting. I can write the music for it. Like the reality is I enjoy all of it to some extent, but I don't want to have to do all of it because like if I was going to make a film the way that I wanted it to be made, it would take me like 20 years. And it's sort of like James Cameron. It's like he only makes a movie every like 10 or 15 years because he has to go invent like a whole bunch of crap to be able to even
Yeah.
make what he wants possible. Like that's the kind of person that I am in the sense that like I don't want to do it somebody else's way because I just don't want to. Like I want it to be my way, which is like so like it's dumb and it's like not logical, but at the same time, it's like that's what makes you an artist. It's like being able to see there's a way to do this that nobody else has done this before, and that's kind of what art is all about. Like we don't really give a crap about like the people who are copiers, because it's just not that. I don't know, for whatever reason, like even though that's a really useful skill, even that's like a valuable part of the process, like nobody's ever known for that. And on some level, like the thing about being original and unique is something that we all kind of have this drive towards. I think there's some innate inherent recognition of like the thing that is most valuable about me is the part that's different from everybody else.
Okay, so how do you want to monetize that part?
I think it's just like lots and lots of little like small pieces to the puzzle. I mean, what I'm seeing right now is like an artist community of people who do want to go on that journey of like being a successful artist, entrepreneur, and they just need like they need the support system in order for them to just keep going. Like that's really valuable. That like that community, the thing that like what you and I have, like what our mastermind was, like just having people that are on the same journey, being able to go with people so that the days when it's like you just want to quit, it's like you have a place to go talk about it and process it through so that you're like done with it and then you can close that loop. Whereas like when you have to process through experiences by yourself, sometimes it takes days or weeks or you never fully finish processing it because you can't quite see all of it enough to finish the processing. So then it just ends up being like this thing that just holds you back from completing stuff. So it's like for me, I've had so many projects, so many in so many different areas in my life where I've started something and I just never finished because I'm doing it by myself.
Okay, I'm just wondering, how do we turn that intention into a product? Because what you're describing is a community. So how do you create a funnel for a community? How do you charge for that?
What I want to figure out is how do you get paid for your perspective? Which I think the answer is by lending your perspective into high areas of value, like being able to create commercials or like sales copy that gets people to buy. I mean, the value of being an artist is being able to paint a path through the dimension that people have to travel through. It's like to go from one state to another. So it's like I'm not interested to, oh, I really need to buy this. Like that's a journey that you take people on. And like entrepreneurship, like the process of collecting that data is like it's broken down into steps, but that's essentially what the artist does intuitively is I can paint a picture that makes you feel something. I can tell a story that makes you motivated to take action. I can film a movie that gives you a lifetime's worth of experience in 2.5 hours. And I mean, in essence, it's like the skill of time travel. It's like being able to harness that. And I think that's why artists shift culture more than anything else. Like they create the symbols that allow other people to like connect up and find each other and pool their collective focus into something. I'm really kind of like I'm in that floating space right now. Like I'm not really sure I'm answering the question directly. I'm just kind of exploring a lot of stuff
No, that's
adjacent
okay.
to it.
Go through your process.
Um, honestly, that like I think the thing that really would sell the community or like the idea is like giving giving people like the first level is giving them permission to be themselves. It's like this world is not kind to people who have a clear perspective. And even if that perspective isn't accessible to anybody else, like you already feel really strongly something that doesn't really jive with the rest of what everybody else is doing. But whenever you try to be that, everybody else just gets mad at you. And it's like, why can't you just be like everybody else? Why can't you just like do normal stuff? Just follow what people are telling you to do. And
I'm sorry, I'm just imagining my life as you're describing that. I'm like, that's the complete opposite of what my life is right now. All right, so
Yeah.
let me just ask you like a more superficial question, because one
Sure.
of the things Russell talks about is the three core markets, which
Mhm.
is wealth, health, wealth, and relationships.
Mhm.
So obviously this isn't health. It's definitely relationships, but it could also fall in the wealth category. If you approach it in the sense of like, hey, I'll teach you how to build a community that's going to convert really well for your business, then it would fall in the wealth category, because people
Right.
are wanting what you offer because they're going to make money, not because they're going to have better relationships. So
Right.
which category are you aiming for? Because like you can charge a lot for all three. So it's like, hey, if you show people how to make money, then yeah, okay, they're going to be really interested and willing to pay for it. If you can show them how to fix their marriage, as an example, they're also willing to pay a lot for that.
Mhm.
But there are certain areas of that of like, hey, I'm going to teach you how to, build, like, to make friends. It's like people like, no, whatever, like everyone can make friends. Like, I don't need to pay for that. So it's like, even though it is super valuable and it's like they could benefit from it so much, there are certain areas of it that people would be like, nah, I would never pay for that.
Right.
So which area do you think what you want to offer falls into?
I'm pretty sure it's relationships that it falls into. I mean, there's other ways to state it, so it's like it falls into those other categories. But I think like the essence of really what I'm interested in sharing and like have capacity to like create results without having to like learn a brand new skill. Because the thing is like if I'm offering to show people how to build wealth, it's like, well, why aren't you rich? Like that journey hasn't been something I've completed yet. So I don't really
But I mean, you don't really need to. All you need to do is like, hey, I've helped other people get the result that you want.
right.
It really doesn't matter if you got it yourself.
Mhm. I mean, in the entrepreneur space, that's the noisiest. I mean, like everybody's trying to sell people on, um, here's how to make a gajillion dollars in like 7 days or less. And so it's like that is the crowdedest, that's like the most crowded market in the entrepreneur space. What I've seen with CrowdScale And all the people that really seem to connect with me and like me is like, they're very much connection based, like relationship driven first. And nobody really knows how to help them leverage that. Like, um, I think if I could figure out how to help people um do what they already want to do, which is connect with people without really trying super hard to sell people, and learn how to grow their network and leverage their network. And then, like, the entrepreneurship and the money stuff, which is secondary to those kinds of people. It's like, yes, that is a benefit, but like, that's not where we're focused on. It's like the part that is most important to you. It's like, let's feed that part first. So to me, I think the result stuff and like what the community is about really would be about relationship and connection.
Okay, but it can still be about money because like you can sell, like, to use the typical funnel of like the opt-in page of like, hey, do you want to learn how to, double your income without having to sell? And then what you explain on the back end is like the most important thing to generate money from your business is to create a community that cares about you, and a community that knows that you care about them and you provide value. And it's like, if you sell them in the right way, even if you're not guaranteeing like an actual financial result, as long as you show them like, I'm going to teach you the skills that you need to build a community that's going to allow you to make the money that you want to make. You don't actually need to sell the result.
Yeah.
You're just like drawing them in with the result and then showing them like the result is inconsequential. It's just, a result of this skill that you need to learn.
Mhm.
And it's like, if you convince them like, I need to master this skill, then it really doesn't matter how much money you've made or whether they're going to make more money or not, because they become convinced like, oh, I need to build this kind of community. Also, as you were talking, I was thinking like, imagine if like people didn't overhype. It's like, I'm going to teach you how to build $1 million business in as little as 7 years.
I'm going to teach you how to build up to $1 million business in as little as 7 years, with, I don't know, never mind.
Yeah,
I'm
sorry,
trying to think. There's
I
usually like the
yeah.
like without XYZ pain points. It's like, you
Without having to work 10 years for it.
know.
Anyway, I feel like I sidetracked us. So, like, even if your goal is like your main business is focused on relationships, you can still sell it in such a way that the result people will want is money. So it's
Mhm.
just about like, what kind of business do you want to create?
Okay, I'm thinking too big picture. The real business that I want is like, I don't know, a dozen people or so, like you and Jessica and Bobby, people that I'm actually friends with, and that being friends with me and hearing me talk about my ideas and what's different in my life is a valuable enough like coaching mirror or reflect, like a mechanism for them to reflect about their own stuff, that like it makes a big difference for them. Because like I see patterns and get ideas about I don't know, just like the way the universe works, spirituality, all kinds of things. Like I build metaphor and analogy all the time out of everything in my life. And like, that's how I understand things more. And, for somebody like Jessica or Bobby, it's like when I talk about stuff and I start like, well, this is how I see it. This is what I think. Like they always seem to, they're like, man, like this really helps me kind of understand what I'm trying to understand better.
Yeah.
So like at the basic level, like if I couldn't do anything else and like if I could make a living, like if I made $8,000 a month and that was all I was doing was just hanging out and talking with friends, like I would be fine if that's as far as my life ever went. I don't need anything more than that. So
I guess
like
then the question becomes, do you want to build a business or do you just want to make friends?
that's well,
And I mean, there's
I-
nothing wrong if you just want to make friends. Like that is totally fine. But like, don't go through the trouble of creating a business around that if that is all you want.
well, I think the answer is I don't want to have a traditional job.
Okay.
I don't. I mean, I guess I wouldn't mind having a job if like the people I was working with and working for didn't care about the results or the stuff that I'm doing. It's like if I can just be me and do stuff the way that I want to do it, the jobs where I've been the most successful is where people just leave me the fuck alone. It's like just do whatever you're gonna do. Just keep showing up and like we're fine, we'll pay you. And like
Right.
those kinds of scenarios where there's zero expectation of me and I'm just showing up is like that's what I can do.
Okay. So I feel like in that case, you don't need to build a business around community. I mean, you can if you want to. So it's more
Mhm.
like, okay, you still want to build a business,
Mhm.
and so do I, and we can definitely help each other out. So, what is the skill that you're really good at that you can teach people in a course or something? It's like, for now, let's start simple. Let's not even talk about like coaching or anything. Like, what is a funnel that we can create where you can create like $1,000 course and sell it? And it's like, for now, that's going to be our only funnel. And then later on, we can build
Mhm.
on it if we want to. But it's like, that's the principle that Russell Brunson teaches. It's like, he recommends like create a webinar funnel selling like $1,000 product, like a course, and focus only on that funnel until you've generated $1 million with that funnel. Then
Mhm.
you can figure out the next step. Like, do you want a like free plus shipping like front end offer? Do you want a high end like coaching back end offer or whatever? It's like, for now, all we need to focus on is what skill do you have that's really valuable that we can sell and monetize and build a funnel around.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would say that the skill that I have, like, that's the most valuable is like videography or like live event production. Like, I can do all kinds of production at a lot of different scales. And so, if I basically figured out what is the, oh, they talk about this all the time in like mini workshop type stuff, but it's like, how do you help somebody self-qualify and get paid to like share that information? So basically, like if you could help them figure out like, well, who are you trying to reach? What kind of result are you trying to get? How are you trying to get them to take action? And then basically like let people self-filter so that only the people talking to you about, man, how would you help me make this video or like talk to my audience? Um, and then they don't, you know, they don't care that much about the outcome. It's like if all they want is a video, like I could do that. It's just hard for me to do it by myself as a solo videographer.
All right, so if we like narrow in, because you look at certain businesses and it's like literally one super specific thing of like, take Wim Hof as an example. Like he
Mhm.
built an entire business around breathing.
Mhm.
That's his business. It's like, I'll teach you how to breathe so you're healthy.
Yeah.
That's at the basis of everything. That's what he teaches. That's his entire business.
Yeah.
So it's like, what are you teaching? It's like other people, it's like, I'm going to teach you a simple way to learn how to play piano.
Mhm.
It's like that guy sold like millions and millions and millions of dollars of just teaching people how to play piano.
Yeah.
So it's like, what is one very simple, easy thing that you can, not easy in the sense it's easy, but like easy in the sense as it's simple. It's like, this is what I show you how to do.
Oh, you know what? I haven't seen anybody offer this as like a teaching thing, but like, people will talk about scaling a video agency so you can make more money. They talk a lot about like the revenue and like getting more clients, more customers, that kind of thing. I haven't seen a lot of people teach, and maybe this isn't a high paying problem to solve. But the thing that like made fulfilling difficult for me was it took me too long to decide on an idea. I didn't have a framework to be like, okay, so let's pick something, and then just like you can quickly turn an idea, like rough an idea out into um, something that you can go and film or like produce. So that's like a system or a process. And yeah, maybe this idea that we were talking about of like helping people who are where you're at is just like turn my like the monetizable skill that I have, like which is videography. Like just do a training on what's the thing that I need to like fix for myself. Like what do I need to learn? What do I need to solve? Find a way that I can solve that like that works for me, and then like teach it as I'm like offer to teach that thing and then figure it out.
What if, I mean, because that's definitely something valuable, but it's something that most people are like, they're like, they don't really want to pay for it because it's like, I have to pay
Mhm.
for it and then go through the trouble of learning it and then go through the trouble of doing it once I learned it. I don't really want to do it in the first place.
Mhm.
Whereas something like, to go back to community as an example, if your focus is like, hey, I'm going to teach you how to build a Facebook group for your business.
Mhm.
It can be as simple as that, because it's already a common concept of people of like, oh yeah, Facebook groups are really good for businesses.
Right.
And then it's like, that's what you're selling. And then the back end, you can have a lot of upsells. It's like, all right, if you want to also learn how to grow your Facebook group, once you set it up, there's this other course. And if you want, I can show you how to monetize your Facebook group on the back end of that. And then that's another upsell. And you can like, it's easy to upsell. It's something that people easily understand. And it's something that can be taught easily. And if presented in the right way, you can charge a lot for it. So like, it doesn't have to be that, but I'm just using that as an example of like something that people kind of already know they should do, but that won't necessarily require that much work. Whereas like, I don't know, because I mean, I'm just thinking of like editing. If you show people how like to, edit and film videos and stuff like that, it's like people are like I just don't want to do that. I know I need to for my business, but I really don't want to.
Mhm.
So it's like you're trying to convince them to pay you for something they don't want to do.
Yeah,
Whereas build a Facebook group, it's like, yeah, okay, most people are like, it's some work, but it's probably not that much work, but it can be really
Yeah.
profitable for my business. I just don't know how to set it up, like how to structure it, how to get people into it, and then how to monetize them. But if you can show them
Yeah.
how to do that and you can convey that quickly, they're like, oh, well, yeah, of course I want that. So it's like, if we can find something like that, I think like you'd be really good at teaching something like that. And then it's easy to monetize that and build a funnel around it because it's very straightforward and something that people know they already need.
Yeah.
It's funny because I'm telling you all the things that it's like I ignored doing when I created my past businesses.
So how would you define this? Like, what would you say is the kernel of the idea that I'm looking for? Like, is it just a monetizable skill that's like, well, like what is a project that you can consider to be done when they finish?
You mean specifically related to Facebook groups or like in general?
Just in general, like what is the idea that we're trying to find here? Is it something that's like, this is a
Well, it's
clear,
teaching them how to set up a part of their business that they know they need, but that they haven't done because they don't know how. So it's like, as an
Mhm.
example, Facebook group, it's like a lot of people know that is a strategy that a lot of businesses use,
Mhm.
yet like most people don't know how to create it, how to run it. And it seems
Yeah,
kind of daunting. So it's like, hey, I'll show you how to launch, scale, and monetize your Facebook group in 30 days. And it's like, okay, that is very simple, clear, and straightforward, and shows them like it's simple to set this up.
yeah.
So it's like that kind of offer is just like easy to understand, straightforward, and they
Mhm.
immediately get the benefits. So it's like, I don't know what like your passion is, what your interest is, or what you want to show people, but it's like, I just know that those kinds of offers
Mhm.
tend to do really well.
Yeah. So something like launch a monetized group in 30 days or less. Or, I mean, maybe not maybe that specific about outcome, but like it needs to be concrete enough that they're like, oh, I see how this relates to my business now. This is gonna help me.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, it can be anything you want. I'm just using the Facebook group as an example because you've been talking about community for a long time and you've been working on Facebook and there's a whole tag and teach thing. So it's like it fits into everything you've been working towards, but it can
Mhm.
be something completely different too.
I could teach people like how to pick their nose the right way so people don't know that they're picking their nose in public.
Oh, you could invent a nose mask with built-in nose picker. But okay, let me just give you a lens to look through. What service or product or could you like create or teach that would be super easy? That seems so easy and simple to you that you're like, no one would ever pay for that, but that is actually super valuable. So we tend to like think like, oh, I want to build a business, so I need to like work hard and do the research and make everything super like complex and valuable. When at the end of the day, it's like, hey, you're really good at building Facebook groups and growing them and monetizing them. To you, it's super simple. So you're like, well, no, that's too easy. No one would pay for that. But to most people, it's super hard. So it's like me, it's like, oh, well, if I can teach people how to overcome their fear and fall in love with it, It's like, well, no, that's super easy. Like I've done it dozens of times, but it's
Mhm.
super valuable for most people. So what is something like, what is a skill you have that to you is super simple, but could actually be super valuable to others? So you don't actually have to do really any work to build it. You literally
Mhm.
just have to teach it. How to fart?
Uh, well, I was gonna say like we literally could like do an advertisement of like um let's see if I can do it. One. Like a 5 minute Facebook group launch. I mean, it literally takes 2 clicks to create a Facebook group.
That could be the front end offer. Like
Yeah,
set up,
like we could,
like
I could
launch your
totally have
Facebook
like
group
a,
in less than 5 minutes.
yeah, that could be like a lead magnet. Like launch your Facebook group in 5 minutes or less.
And then, yeah, the back end could be like, it could even be like a video training of like, you go in Facebook and screen capture and it's like literally walk them step by step. Like go in, put the name, the
Mhm.
description, create a thumbnail, and it's like just insert it. It's like you show them, and then the back end is like, all right, now do you want to learn how to grow it, how to monetize it, how to tie it into your business, or like whatever the next step would be.
Mhm. So let's see. Launch a group you can monetize in 5 minutes. Um, okay, well let me just brainstorm here for a second. I'm gonna just spitball all of the steps, all of the things that you would need to do, just so we have it in front of me. I'm pretty sure I have all this stuff. All right. Okay, so the launched a group in 5 minutes. Oops. All right, so whoops.
Because I feel like, I mean, it doesn't have to be this, obviously, but I just feel like something like this would fit in really good with what your business is. Because, like, you already know how to do this. You can
Mhm,
easily walk people through. You can easily
mhm.
create like a suite of courses and charge like $1,000 for the package. And on the back end, if you want, you could offer like um like community building and be like, hey, I'm going to launch this and scale it for you.
Yeah. All right, so you can launch a group in 5 minutes. You can pin an offer to the top of the group so people see a way that they can give you money every time they come into the group. Like that takes 5 minutes. You can invite um, you can invite like 30 to 50 people a day. In 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. So it's not launch the Facebook group in 5 minutes. It's launch, scale, and monetize your Facebook group in in only
Yeah,
5
it's
minutes per
like
day.
it's like grow your group in 5 minutes. It's like this is the 5 minute task that you need to do. Just do this every day for a couple weeks. Like launch the group, you literally can start it in 5 minutes. Uh, if you if your business like is already making money, if you've already gotten clients, so then you kind of know who your client is. You know what your result is. It's like sit down and come up with the name of your group in 5 minutes. It's like name your group.
Actually, I love this because it's intriguing. Because like if you go with the headline something like launch, scale, and monetize your Facebook group in 5 minutes. That
Yeah,
seems like so outrageous that people are like, that no, how no, what?
yeah.
And
And
you're like,
then
check it out just out of curiosity. And then you explain like you launch it in 5 minutes. And then you just need to do 5 minutes of work per day to scale and then monetize your group. That's actually like I
and
like this
I
idea.
would be willing to do this. It's like, okay, you only need to do this for 5 minutes. So it's like, okay, so what I would need to do in terms of teaching is like we do need to have like a name your group framework that would let people who aren't super clear on how to do that, like, okay, watch this video. This will show you how to like come up with a name for your group. And so then once you sit, then when you know what needs to go in it, then when you sit down to name your group, it'll take 5 minutes. So you would need to name your group. This is the like getting clear on your avatar or the results that you're getting people. Name your group. So this would be a results.
Yes, it's like, man, I like this. It's literally like
Framework.
5 minutes per day. So it's like 5 minutes, come up with a name. 5 minutes, write the description.
Yeah.
5 minutes, like launch it. 5 minutes, like I don't know, whatever. Like I'm not the expert, you are.
Yeah. Results framework. So that's how to do that. Group for name.
Facebook group fundamentals. How to launch, scale, and monetize your Facebook group in 5 minutes.
Yeah, and so then there's going to be stuff that people will need to support the group. Like, well, how do I record videos? Like, what's the right way to post them or store them in like guides or
Yeah, and
whatever?
these can all
Like, how
be
do you
like bonus.
hashtag things? Yeah, but like that can be the meat of like the high end offer. It's like, all right, people just want to get it started. Like if you can do a workshop where you can show them how to do these things in just a few minutes, then it's like really, really, really easy wins And then the stuff that will come up out of that, it's like, okay, so what am I doing now? It's like, am I creating content? Am I, organizing the stuff? I'm like, how do I moderate this thing? Like all of those things that people actually say, okay, I've done this, now I have this problem. It's like, I can just answer those as they come in. But this is the stuff that like everybody will need to do this. Like you have to have a group, you have to launch it, you have to name it, you have to pin an offer to your group in order for it to be monetized.
Man, I love this so much because it's perfect for a webinar. Because you have that like attention grabbing headline
mhm,
of like how to launch, scale, and monetize your Facebook group in 5 minutes. Like sign up for the free training now. And then they sign up. The training is like you explain how you can do this
mhm,
and show like, hey, we're going to cover like how to launch the group, how to grow the group, how to monetize the group, and you kind of do an overview of everything. It's like here are all the bonuses that I'm including with everything. It's like it's just the perfect path to lead them through to get to the like $1,000 course of like, hey, this is
Yeah.
the entire strategy of how I'm going to teach you step by step how to do everything in just 5 minutes per day.
5-minute Facebook groups.
You should Google it out of curiosity. Maybe it already exists.
I mean, that's a pretty clear outcome name. It's like how to start, how to launch, grow, and monetize your Facebook group. Let's see if there's such a thing. Leave page. Man, if you can keep the trainings to like 5 minutes, if it's like, here's the one thing you got to do this week. Watch this 5-minute video sometime this week. Sit down and actually do it for 5 minutes. Like it might take you 15 minutes tops if you're like, if you can actually promise that result where it's not like, okay, you got to watch this video like 3 times to actually like follow what's going on. 5-minute power abs. Angela's 5-minute Angel's 5-minute Facebook, the 5 a.m. club. I don't see anything that
Nice.
looks,
Dude, this
yeah,
this could
5-minute
be
Facebook groups
huge.
could do it.
And like I like the idea of the training just being 5 minutes, but I don't think that's really important. The
Probably
important
not.
thing is like you need to do the work. The work takes 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Like watching a video is training. People know like that's separate. That
Mhm.
doesn't count in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Man, I think like this has potential because like, okay, you target entrepreneurs who don't have a Facebook group,
Mhm.
which is most of them. And it's like, if you sell $1,000 course, all you need to make $1 million is 1,000 people to sign up. Like
Dang.
that should be really easy.
Yeah. And like this is sexy enough that like you could get hundreds or thousands of people just out of the curiosity of it, or like it's like that seems simple enough. I could do that. And then like the people who actually do the few 5 minutes is like this is the bar of entry. It's like if you can do these super duper super simple things, then you'll see the next level of like offer or whatever. It's like, okay, I did that. Now what?
Oh, if you want, you could have like I don't know, we need to find a catchy name, but like a 10-minute version where it's like you do the like 2 times where it's like, all right, you have 5 minutes, you need to invite like 30 people. It's like, if you
Mhm.
really want to kick this in high gear, you can do the double dose and like do 10 minutes instead and invite 60 people.
Mhm.
And it's like, it's not part of the core training. It's more like, hey, if you're an overachiever and really want to get results quickly,
Yeah.
here's like the super, like the turbocharged version.
Mhm.
Man, I think this could be it. Like, it's simple enough that it's easy to convey.
Uh-huh.
It's valuable enough that you can charge a lot for it. You know this like market in and out. It's like perfect.
5-minute Facebook. So I like it. It makes it like a recipe.
I know. It's so simple.
Could have a little egg timer as the logo
Oh, dude.
with
You could literally have like a care package
oh
that you
snap,
send him.
an onboarding like gift baggy thing for new for big
Yeah, and it
like high
includes
ticket
like,
customers.
I don't
That'd be
know,
so
like a
cool.
journal or whatever, where it's like, all right, every day there's like, you need to do this and like a check mark or whatever, and like take
Mhm.
notes if you want to, and then like an actual like egg timer set for 5 minutes, and like you can throw in a couple extra
Dang.
stuff if you want, but like that could be really
I
like
want to
a
join
really,
this group.
I know, right?
All right, I gotta go pee. Let me come back and then I'll brainstorm a few more things that we could put on here.
Man, I love this so much. I'm gonna go P2. That's how much I love it. Hello?
Hello.
Hey.
All right, so
And I've been thinking as I was peeing, because I do that from time to time. And anyway, I'm just realizing how genius this is, because like, all right, already in itself, this could be like $1 million funnel. But we could build off of that and create an entire suite of like, hey, the 5-minute YouTube channel, or if 5 minutes doesn't make sense, could be like the 15-minute YouTube channel, or like
uh-huh.
an entire suite of different courses that are all related to like, how do you do this super easily and quickly?
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean the obvious like high-end next level offer would be like 5-minute Facebook ads. It's like here's how to like once you've got a monetized offer and people are, you're regularly getting buyers on autopilot, like every week or two you get a new customer. So if people are actually converting based on what you've built already,
Oh,
you're ready to
dude.
scale. So it's like here's how to put the ad together. Here's how to put it in your ad spend. Here's how to run the campaign. Here's how to check it every day. Like, and you're just doing it like 5-minute sprints at a time.
Dude, imagine if you offer like high-end coaching on the back end. It's like 5-minute coaching.
I mean, you could. I mean, it's like if you get the right kind of people who ask good questions, like you come to the session with your question, like ask the question, and I'll just reflect it back to you, give you 5 minutes to kind of process it out, and you go away with like, all right, so what do you need to do? It's like that guy's thing of like unlimited coaching in like 15-minute spurts, but it's like you have to
That's
do
exactly what I was
these
thinking
things.
about.
Like, dang.
Man, this idea is pure genius. And you know the best part of it?
Hmm.
I don't actually need to do the work, you do. I mean, I have to do the work of building the funnel and everything, but
Yeah.
actually, I don't think you need to do the work because, like, you already know this. You just need to structure it in that format.
Yeah. And then like this is a sexy enough, like this is just the mechanism. Like all this is the how of what I'm providing the results of. And this by itself is sexy. But like now if I can sell it on the emotion based on the results, based on the like I'm gonna tell stories around this, like this will should convert really well with like a perfect webinar framework.
Yeah, because I mean, other ideas that are rehashed and with
Mhm,
kind of crappy names like the affiliate system, no, super affiliate system pro.
mhm.
Like that's $1,000 course. That was the one that I just watched what was supposed to be free training, but turned out to be a webinar, and that pitched me the $1,000 product that I actually bought. Like the back end, I wasn't that satisfied, but it's like even with a crappy name like that, that's like completely like rehashed. Like like I don't know how much he made, but I think like at least 2-3 million bucks from that one product. And it's like, okay, you have a way catchier like title and promise.
Yeah,
So it's like, yeah, you're just delivering the same service that you were thinking of delivering before, and that many other people deliver, but you present it in such a sexy, attractive way that it's going to be like, as long as you structure the offer to be irresistible, like, man, this is going to be, we're going to be rich.
this is crazy.
All right, let's start fleshing this out. So the three major like portions of this would be launch, scale, and monetize, right?
Launch.
You're taking notes because I'm not. Like,
Yes,
if
I
you
am.
want, I can, okay. Because I feel like we're doing the work of like literally starting to flesh out this product and everything. So,
Mhm,
and the thing is, we can reuse a bunch of the stuff that we already came up with for your first funnel.
mhm.
See, this is why I'm like, let's take the time to do this right rather than just build it out quickly. Because if we did build it out, all of that work we would have done would have been wasted.
Mhm.
So I can't. I love this. And the beauty of it, you can like, you don't really need to test this out because you've already done this, but you can like confirm that this works. And the case study is you building the Facebook group for this business.
Right? Yeah.
Like the
It's like
5 minutes, the 5 minutes Facebook group.
mhm. 5 minute.
Man,
Oh,
it's just blowing my mind how, first of all, how genius this idea is, but how genius we were to collaborate because our skills like come together so perfectly.
yeah.
Of like, you have the skills necessary to deliver this product. I have the skills and I'm building the skills necessary to build the funnel.
Mhm.
You're like good at editing, so you can edit the videos.
Mhm.
I'm good at like the layout and design, so I can like do the like images and like the funnel and the frameworks and everything. And it's like all of our skills like perfectly mesh together to create like the perfect business.
Yeah.
Yay. I'm excited. And the beauty of this is like it's such a short amount of time that even if people wanted to come in and copy us and like undercut us, it's like the 4 minute Facebook group. It doesn't
Right.
really work, you know?
Yeah. Like you can't get like smaller than that without it feeling like, okay, that
It's like
this
the
just
1 minute
seems
Facebook group's like,
unreasonable.
yeah, okay, you're insane.
Yeah, right. Uh-huh.
Plus, like, even if they did, it's like, it's the idea. 5 minutes, 4 minutes, it doesn't matter.
Mhm. Yeah, even if it takes you like 10 minutes in reality, it's like it's 10 minutes. You're gonna complain about having to work 10 minutes a day.
It's like, it took me 10 minutes. I want a refund. Okay, but did you build a group? Yes. Did you grow it? Yes. Did you monetize it? Yes. Do you want a refund? No.
Be like, I mean, honestly, if I could have that kind of an offboarding call, I would happily give them their money back. Be like, let me show you the results of people who asked for their money back and they still made money made money from our course. Like this person was able to launch their group, build their group, grow their group, monetize their group, scale their group, and it actually took them twice as long as we promised. It took them 10 minutes. And they're making like, $10,000 a month. And they
And the
wanted
thing
their
is,
money
like,
back. It's like,
you can use that in the webinar to pitch. It's like even if it took you double the amount, even if it took you
yeah,
10 minutes a day instead of 5, would it still be worth it? And of course, the answer is always going to be yes.
yeah. Even if it took you like 5 times as long, that's still less than half an hour.
Oh wow! If it took you 10 times as long, still less than an hour.
Yeah. Dang.
Okay. So let's build it. We have the. I mean, it's more going to be you who's going to know the specifics, but I think the three like
Mhm.
basic core elements is launch, grow, and monetize. And then what could we offer? Like what other like companion courses that we could bundle in with it and like add as bonuses for extra added value?
Well, I have an engagement master class that's like 2 hours that
All right.
talks about. I mean, I think that's the next problem that you would need to solve. Okay, well, for somebody's like, well, I already have a group, but nobody's talking. Like, this doesn't actually, this doesn't actually make you money. I have a group and there's people in it and I'm not making money. And be like, well, are you engaging them?
Oh yeah, that's actually
Uh,
good because then you eliminate one of the potential like
Objections.
yeah wait, obstructions,
Objections.
objections, there we go. I was like
Yeah.
obstruction works, but that's not the word I was looking for.
Yeah, exactly.
um
So
Man, so
yeah,
it's
for
like, yeah,
sure.
even if you already have a group, you can still use these techniques to explode your headphones out of your case. That's literally what happened to me right now. But actually, like, this is the strategy Brunson uses. Like, the bonuses that he creates and ties into his products are answers to objections that clients would give.
Right.
It's like, if you create courses, it's like added value,
Mhm.
plus it overcomes all of the objections and it makes it completely irresistible. So what would be
Yeah.
the biggest objections that people would give you if you present this? Like, hey, I'm going to teach you how to launch, scale, and grow your Facebook group in 5 minutes. What would be their objection?
Well, they can't say I don't have enough time. So that's like, I mean, not enough time, not enough money is another big objection. So, I mean, for short trainings, or I
But
mean,
money, that
I
just
guess,
comes down to the value. It's like,
right.
if I show you that I'm giving you like $10,000 worth of value and you only need to pay
Mhm,
$1,000
mhm,
and you get all these amazing bonuses and it only takes you 5 minutes per day, like
mhm,
price is not really going to be an objection, I think.
right. I think this could totally be like a 37, $47 offer. And it's like, um, you're literally pre-qualifying people for whatever the next level of something is. Cause it's like, if you're not willing to do 5 minutes of work to just get started, like you're probably never gonna do any work. And so I could sell you anything. Like if I sold you something for $1,000 and you're like, it didn't really work for me and you're disappointed or you post a bad review or you ask for your money back. It's like, I didn't really want to help you anyway. It's like you weren't ready. Like I don't want to get you excited about something that you don't need right now. But for 5 minutes, it's like somebody should be willing to do 5 minutes worth of work to like just get rolling. And if it's like, if that's the little piece that gives you a little bit of confidence, oh, that was easy. Like that was not bad at all.
And I think the real appeal of this is like the target or the ideal client will not be
Hmm.
someone who's just starting their business. It's going to be
Hmm.
someone who already has a business and they know they need a Facebook group, but they just
Yeah.
don't have the time or the energy or the knowledge to do it. And you have this incredible offer of like, hey, you can you can do this in just 5 minutes per day. So they're like, oh, I
Right.
can already do this. Like I can find 5 minutes every day to do this.
Yeah.
All right. I just started a Word document for this. So
I love this
this is
because what
happening.
all right.
All
This needs
right.
to be like this needs to be
I've
like a workshop.
Facebook group. Oops, I forgot the K. 5 minute Facebook group.
Facebook group.
How to create a Facebook when for people who ghost you.
Yeah. All right. So I think
Oops. Put the computer to sleep. I pressed a button and it put the computer in. There we go. Flight mode. All right. So I just created this on my end. So that way, like, since I'm going to be the one building the funnel and everything, like I want to have this on my end so it's clear.
yeah.
All right. So 3 core elements. So what do you want to call it? Like a core, a pillar, like section, step, what? Principle, a secret? I don't know. That's not important. We can come up with it later.
Yeah.
It's just like that's what I'm good at. And like the details and the naming and like making it sound good. Like you already came up with a genius title, but it's like if we structure it in such a way that it's like very easy, simple to understand, they're like, all right,
Hmm.
step 1, launch, step 2, grow, step 3, monetize. And then it's like, all right, sub step 1 is this, sub step 2, and it's like That way it's the clearer in our mind it is, the clearer in their mind. All right, so we have launch, grow, monetize. LGM, baby. Okay, bonuses. Let's quickly go over the bonuses we can include. So you said you had that masterclass.
Yeah,
What did
it's like, I need to find a different way to say it and maybe break it. But it's basically how to figure out what kind of content your audience needs, and then building out like a content calendar so that you can schedule
all right, 5 minute
question
calendar,
prompts.
just for fun. We could like
Yeah,
could like all or most of the bonuses we could structure them in the same format of like 5 minute content calendar, 5 minute this, 5 minute that. If we can, if not, like that's fine.
yeah, it's like 5-minute engagement or something.
All right, let me just go back to the funnel that we built the other day and see what bonuses we included, see if we can recycle anything from that. Because we already did the work of building out the, it's just funny that we're going back to like that. It's like, first funnel we built, attention Facebook group owners, build a smart list that grows itself and turns lead into high ticket clients for in as little as 7 days for free, which is pretty much the same offer, just so much more irresistible.
Right. And I still think that the smart list idea is a great hook. And you can do it inside the teaching, but this is what people want to see. It's like 5-minute Facebook groups. Like it only is going to take me 5 minutes, and then
I think the
talk
smart
about
list like could work, but I think it's too like technical, too nondescript. Like 5 minute Facebook group is just like so juicy.
yeah,
So it's like the smart list could be the concept that you teach within that, but
right.
having 5 minute Facebook group like as the concept and the hook, I think that's like so much more powerful. So it's kind of like the smart list is your framework, the way it works. The 5 minute Facebook,
Right.
like the hook, the like catchy attention, juicy, like
Mhm.
thing that are like, oh wow. All right, so what we had for the other one, we had the conceptual course, the seeding course, the incubation course, and the growth/monetization. Do we want to reuse any of those?
Say that again.
So we have conceptual, seeding, incubation, and growth/monetization. We already have the growth and monetization split up in 2 separate sections. So we have
Oh,
the
right.
seeding, which would be kind of launch, I guess.
So maybe it would just be like build, launch, grow, and monetize.
I
So
feel
wait,
like
what are you asking?
I'm just saying, like, can we reuse some of the elements that we used as bonuses and the basic training for the other course and just reuse it in here? So it's like, I think it's good the way it is, like launch, grow, and monetize. Because like
Mhm.
building, you're gonna have to build it to launch it. So it's kind of like part of the same thing. I think it just works really well in like 3 of like launch, grow, and monetize. But I'm just saying, like, do we want to create like conceptual course or a seeding course or incubation course? And like, can we reuse that as bonuses or something?
Okay, so I think what I would probably do is like experiment with um which one of these works better as a membership. So does like the 5-minute Facebook group like workshop or product, like does that work better as like a, so this is like a like $99 info product, and it's like you get your Facebook group launched, and then it's like if you want to dig into the theory, it's like how do you like continue growing your Facebook group, like doing this in a way that is working. You want to see like what the best practices are for people who are doing this. like join this Facebook group where other people are using this system. And it's like a one-time, it's like a one-time purchase, and that's Brian's thing, which is, I think it's like 199.
I like the idea. I just feel like we should stick with the webinar structure because it's been proven time and time and time again. And it's such an irresistible offer because you're basically telling someone who has a business who knows they should be using Facebook, who just don't have the time to do it. You're like,
Mhm.
hey, I'm going to teach you how to launch it, grow it, and monetize it in 5 minutes per day. So it's like everything they want in one neat package with an irresistible like promise of very little work.
Mhm.
And if you like sell that as $1,000 course, like that is more than worth it.
Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha.
But it's like we could break it up and like create like I forget what they call it, an unboxing funnel. And we
Mhm.
could test that out later down the line. I think for now, like it's easier if we focus on the webinar model just because it's been proven to work so well. And it's just easier to set up.
Yeah.
So I think like if you agree, I think for now it just makes more sense to focus on that.
Okay, so let's see. So we're
I mean,
talking
if
bonuses, right?
I don't know if it cut out, but I didn't hear anything. Like if you disagree and you think we should use a different model, like let's talk about it, you know?
No, I think you're right.
Okay.
I didn't realize like I hadn't connected the model at all. But yeah, that makes a lot more sense to sell it as like $1,000 course.
Okay, cool. It's just like
Especially since it's like, it's simple. It's enough money that will filter out people who aren't ready for it. Like $1,000 for something that's like, I don't have a real business yet. Like they probably won't buy it. But for somebody who's making consistent money, for somebody to be like, okay, this is gonna be maybe 5 minutes of my time for $1,000, like I'm gonna see it, I'm gonna go look at it. If it's not exactly right for me, like I can always ask for my money back. But it's simple enough that they should just do it.
and I feel like the beauty of this is like obviously we want to help people. We want our course to
Right.
be consumed and used, but
Mhm.
it's an online course. A lot of people won't actually go through it and
Yeah.
use it. They'll just sit there and they'll never get a refund because the 30 days will pass and they'll never do anything with it, which is actually good for us because our target market is entrepreneurs who already have a successful business. So they're like,
Mhm.
they have the money and the knowledge to realize I need this.
Mhm.
And they also are so busy that a lot of them won't actually go through the training and they won't ask for their money back. They're like, it's an amazing concept. I know it can help me. I'm not taking the time to do it. So it's like, I feel like we win at every turn.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I should totally do this with like a 5-year-old. Be like, I got a 5-year-old to do this. Like you should be able to do this.
Wait, how old is Eden?
She's 3. I mean,
Ah,
if she knew how to
can
type
we
or
wait
spell or
2 years?
something. I mean, by the time that this thing is making $1 million out of the funnel, it's like she'll be old enough we could do something like that. And then that would be another great ad campaign to like just run different traffic to it.
Yeah, but that reminds me, like, I forget who it was, but like Russell at some point when he was giving his speech, like online or on stage,
Uh-huh.
he brought someone on stage, and I think like it was a 12-year-old, and he was like getting him to explain his business, and he was explaining like, oh, I build like funnels for people and everything, and he's like, yeah, I got to the point where it didn't make sense for me to charge $25,000 to build a funnel anymore, so now I just take a stake of the person's company. That was a
Dang,
12-year-old.
that's stupid. But I think that's what we're getting to here is like, can you find something that solves a big enough problem that's simple and it actually solves something for them? That's worth money. So like $1,000 to ask $1,000 for this kind of information where the bar to actually executing is fairly simple. I think it will be right. And the name I think is pretty good.
Oh yeah, the name's amazing. All
I
right,
just
so let's
want-
focus on the bonuses. What can we offer? So the bonuses we had for the other one is a one-on-one strategy session.
Mhm. Oh, yeah.
Something we want to offer?
Mm,
Because remember, you're going to be the one delivering on the back end of this.
right.
Because you're the expert, you're the teacher. Like, I don't know any of this stuff. Like,
Right.
I know the basics, but it's like not well enough to be able.
Mhm.
So
I
what
mean,
are you comfortable with? Like, do you want to get on the phone with people or not? Because initially our old funnel was the back end offer is like done for you, where you pay me
Right.
like $1,000 and I do it for you. And it's like this, like we can install that further on in the future, but I think for now it's just focus on like this webinar funnel, $1,000 offer,
yeah.
and don't even need to offer back end coaching. So it's like if you want to offer a strategy session, you can, but it's totally up to you.
I feel like this is something that like I really would only do if people are asking for it, or if I felt like I don't understand the market well enough to know what to do next. So it's like if I want to like figure out what are people needing next, it's like then I would offer that as a way to like collect information and like build better relationships with those people. I don't think like just in terms of scalability, like Felix said, in terms of delivery, like if you're offering your time, like you get one or two clients that really makes it hard for you to fulfill.
Yeah,
So,
okay. Dude.
so I mean, I could do a group coaching call where it's like, you know, like once a week or once a month, like anybody who has questions can ask, and then the Facebook group is like a great place to, you know, just post stuff. Hey, does anybody know how to do this?
Yeah, sure. I mean, is that something you want to do though? Because
I
like it's
think
definitely
so.
valuable. Like strategy sessions one-on-one can be like $1,000, and
Uh-huh.
group can even be $1,000 if it's like, hey, every week you get access to them. It's like, yeah, it can be worth it. But
Yeah.
it's, do you want to do that consistently?
Yeah.
Because keep in mind that the first year you're going to be doing one weekly webinar.
Right. Yeah, I think I need to
If
protect
it's
that time.
something you're not sure of yet, let's just leave it off for now.
Yeah. Let's
All
leave
right,
it off for now.
okay, so an amazing bonus, like you were saying, was like the 5-year-old like case study. That would be amazing. Like that would make such a cool bonus. Like
Okay, so
I'm sure
a
some people
case
would get it
study
just
is
for that bonus.
absolutely a great bonus. Case study.
So, do you know anyone who has a 5-year-old?
I could do it like where I pretend to be a 5-year-old.
No,
And just
I
have
think like if we like use this as a selling point, like it has to be legit.
Yeah. No, I'm sure I could. I mean, if that was something we really wanted to offer, I would say for now, let's table it, but I think it's a good idea to keep in mind.
All right, so I'll just
Like,
put case study and then in brackets 5-year-old. If we can get one, because that would make like such an irresistible offer. It's like
yeah.
5-minute Facebook group that can be done by a 5-year-old. That is like, whoa. Okay, let's just use law of attraction for that. Let's send a message out in the universe that you need a 5-year-old to test this out. So,
Dang, I could launch this group in like a week and start making sales on this right away.
and the beauty is you could literally use your Facebook group to sell the Facebook course, and you teach that very principle within the course.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I could totally start like a free Facebook group where like that's the offer. It's like, I mean, I just talk about doing these things in 5 minutes without showing them how to do it. But it's like what I'm literally showing them is like, you can do this in 5 minutes. Like you should be doing this. And if you wanna, like, if you want me to show you like exactly step by step and do it with you, so you can do it in 5 minutes, like, here's where to buy that.
Okay, so for the bonus, like our goal is to get to 10,000, 10 times the amount. So we want
Mhm,
the value to be $10,000.
mhm.
And all right, so how much should the course itself be worth? Because I feel like it's going to be a pretty like elaborate course, not elaborate in the sense like very long videos, but like a lot of videos because you have one video for every day.
Yeah,
So it's going to seem very big because there's going to be a lot of videos. So I could say like we could probably say the worth of the course is like 3,000. Does that sound reasonable?
well, I'm trying to remember the exact number, but Brian, like in the training that we are putting together for the thing that Brian did, he said, he spent maybe 15 minutes all weekend. So again, like the 5 minutes a day, you know, he said, I was on vacation. I didn't do anything and I still made like 2,500 bucks from my few free Facebook groups that have this offer system in place. So he basically is making like $25,000 a year, not really having to do anything, like basically doing 5 minutes of stuff a day. I mean, obviously there's other pieces to it. But like in terms of the launching and that sort of thing, like that's what this could be worth. It's like if this gets you moving, if this gets you to launching that group that can grow to, you know, like 25,000 a year is like minimum wage. Like that's like a basic salary for people. Like that's over $2,000 a month, and that's like bare minimum
Wait,
expenses for a lot of people. That's
25
more money
US,
that some people make.
25,000 US, that means like over 30,000 Canadian. So it's like it's more than I've ever made in 1 year.
Yeah, and the amount, he said the amount of people you need in a group, uh, if you're making roughly $10 a a member. I mean, and that depends on the offer that you have and how many other follow-up
Ooh,
methods you have. But like that's like it's like 300 people in a group. Like that is not an obscene amount of, like, people
how
could
about
do that in a month.
how about this? What would be the realistic amount that they could make in the first year of implementing this? So it's like considering like day one is they purchase the course, then they go through the course and do the 5 minutes a day and build everything. So it's like they launch it, they grow it, they monetize it. Like at the end of the year, doing that, what is the average, let's say, that someone doing this could make? Like
I
obviously you
don't
don't know exactly,
I
but
don't know what the average would be, but um Brian's mentioned in his Facebook group that he launched it like, I think he launched it like November, December of last year. It's been when he put the post out, which was like a month or two ago. So it was like roughly 6 months when he had launched it, when he had nothing. And when he was making the post, he said he had added about $200,000 of reoccurring revenue, like annual reoccurring revenue that didn't exist before.
ooh, do you think you could get a case study with, or like an interview or something like that with Ryan?
Yeah, absolutely.
That could be worth like a lot because like you could use that exact metric of like,
Mhm. Yeah, if we broke it down and just said, okay, just for one group, for the Freedom Initiative, which uses this method, which we're showing you how to do, is like just start a Facebook group, do it in 5 minutes, and then all you need to do is you need to be inviting people to it, um, have your offer in it, and engage with people once in a while. Like, if you do those things, you can be making money consistently from it. So just show the case study of this is what this one group is doing. Like, give people some quantitative data of this is what it could look like. And he's, you know, I think that could be a really strong selling point. I mean, that could be like a free webinar, like lead into the, like, here's a case study of how a 5-minute Facebook group can make you $200,000 of recurring.
Yeah, we could definitely test that out. But do you think like he would agree to like,
Oh,
do an
yeah.
interview with you?
Definitely. I
Alright.
could totally get swing that. Might take a couple weeks to get kind of like figure
Oh,
out
yeah.
when and how that,
'Cause I just
but
feel
yeah,
like
he would
that would be
definitely be
very
down for that.
valuable.
Cause it would totally sell like into his offer too, which is, it's like it helps him, helps me, helps everybody.
All
And
right,
he
so
probably already has most of that information like handy. So he could probably just talk off the cuff. And then it's like, if I sit down with him for 15 minutes, have him just promote it, talk it up, and then just throw in the graphics of like, here's some numbers, here's some pictures, here's some like fancy stuff that makes it look like really
Yeah,
good
the
case study.
part of the process that I hate, editing.
Mhm.
All right, so back to the main course. How much should we not charge for it, but like what should the value be? Because like, yes, there is potential for this. Like if we use the potential, like, hey, if you follow this and like Brian made that much per month, it's good, but
Mhm.
it like it seems it has a counter effect when you make it seem too valuable. It's like
Right,
this
right.
$100,000, but you're getting it for 1,000. It's like,
Uh-huh.
okay, this is bullshit.
Mhm.
So it's like, I feel if we're like the $3,000 mark seems realistic because you're like, okay, you're getting the course at 33% of the actual price
Mhm.
plus all these bonuses. So it's like if we're able, let's say if we charge 3,000 for the course and we're able to tack on like an extra 7,000 in bonuses,
Mhm.
then it's a value of 10,000 for 1,000. So it's like we could always up the price of the course to say like it's worth 5,000, but I don't know, that seems like it's realistic if you explain it, but it still seems slightly pricey for an online course.
Yeah.
So like 297, 2,997 seems like it just feels right to me.
Yeah.
But what about you? Like, what do you think?
That feels like that feels pretty reasonable. It's not so high ticket that it's like, yeah, that feels pretty decent. I mean, maybe 1997, just based on like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we can play with the number. We can
We
always
can
bring it
kind of
down
split test
further.
on things like that.
Yeah, it's more like because our goal is to get to at least $10,000 in total value.
Right.
Like by adding an extra 1,000 to the course, well, it's 1,000 less that we need to provide in bonuses.
Right.
So how can we generate or how can we offer $7,000 worth in bonuses? Because like if we had a strategy session like one-on-one or group session recurring, that could be like 1,000 or maybe even 2,000 depending. But since like, and I completely understand, like I wouldn't want to lock myself into that. So I
Mhm.
understand. So what else can we offer like as added value for that? So we have like Brian's case study, which
Mhm.
how much do you say that would be worth? Like I'll let you decide because I have no idea.
I mean, we can call it $500.
All right, 497. And then there was the I mean, if we could do the 5-year-old case study, that would easily be worth like $300 to $500 also.
Yeah.
But right now, just like a normal case study from like an average person would be like, I don't know, 97 bucks? Because you said you already have one, right?
Um,
Or that you could
no,
done?
no, I think that would be something we'd have to build. Oh, oh, you mean just like a case study in terms of like somebody that's done
Yeah, like
this?
someone, because you said you've helped 2 people with this before, right?
Yeah, okay, yeah, I could check in with Karen and do like a case study on that.
Yeah, because like I don't know what her success is, but like a normal average case study, like 97 seems decent price for that.
Yeah, I don't know how much results she's gotten. I don't know how much she's really been doing, but we can check
I
in.
mean, as long as it's valuable, that's all that
Yeah,
matters. All right, so you said the 5-minute content calendar. So I'm assuming that'd be like a content calendar that you kind of like build out for the entirety of the course. So let's say it's like a 90-day course where you do 5 minutes every day. It's like, all
mhm,
right, here's the 90-day content calendar. So you know like exactly what to do every day.
yeah.
So how much would that be worth?
Um, hmm.
That much? Wow.
Let's see here.
I mean, ballpark,
Do,
whatever feels right to you. Like we're probably going to play with the numbers anyways, just to have a general idea of like what kind of bonuses do we need to create to hit the amount that we want to hit. Let's just say 97 bucks for now, whatever.
sure.
So the 5-minute engagement, what was that? Was that like a bonus course?
Well, that was a workshop that I did. It's like 2 hours. And so like I sold that initially for like 300 bucks.
All right, engagement workshop 300. All right, so let's just quickly add it up to see how much more we need. Oops, nope, wrong button. All right, so we have the hiccups. 2997 for the course, plus 97 plus 297 plus 97 plus 497. So right now we're just shy of 4,000. So we still technically need 6,000. So what other bonuses could we add, or what other like bonus trainings or courses or like companions that we could add that would alleviate their objections? Oh, so you mentioned before the like if they already have a group, how you can still benefit from this. So you want to create like a special like course focused on, all right, if you already have a group, then these are the steps you're going to want to do.
Yeah.
And it's like it can be like a 3 to 5 part like video course, but it's like we brand it as a course and it can be worth like an extra 1,000 or a couple $1,000 because we brand it out and flesh it out as a full course. Even though it's not as detailed as the main course, it could still add a lot of value. So what would we want to call this? We can just throw out a couple of like 5-minute abs just for fun.
Oh, what if we didn't? Okay. Let's think about this. Let's be smart about this.
But I like being dumb.
What if we made all the bonuses? Um, like low ticket or like things that were like not low ticket, but like could we find people that had something that they were willing to give to grow their list? And it's like, so if you want to like you want to run a Facebook group and then run ads to get people into your group, it's like here's a really good Facebook ads course that's like really short.
Oh, so like do JVs?
Yeah. What if we tried to build out the bonuses that way? And then that would allow us to get in front of their audiences. So
Okay,
if
but
I'm,
how would we get those people without first having proof? Because like, why would they want to like give the course that they created to the students of like some random person who never had any success? Like, how do we get those people to give us our courses unless we want to like legit pay them for every student? Or you could, another strategy could be to get those people to come in and do a special training. So it's like, hey, we got like Maz Beckler, like Facebook expert, to come in. We interviewed him for an hour on the strategies to be able
Mhm.
to use paid advertising and grow your Facebook group, as an example.
Mhm.
Also, I was thinking you could create a special Facebook group for members, like paying members, and access to that could be worth like an extra like couple $100.
Say that
But I
again?
mean, like have a separate Facebook group for members only who purchase the course.
Mhm.
And we can add that in the bonus, like access to Facebook group for like, I don't know, $297 or $497 or whatever. Like, but if you do that, of course, then you have to run a separate Facebook group. Do you want to do that?
I don't know. I don't care. Doesn't matter. I feel
I
like
mean, if
that,
you don't want to, we don't need to. We'll find other ways, like other
yeah.
valuable bonuses. All right, removing it now. Because the whole point of this is to build something that is valuable for them and that you're
Mhm.
comfortable with. So it's like whatever work you need to do, I want you to want to do. Like, I don't want you to do anything you don't want to do, because then you're going to be kind of like forced to do it and you're not going to enjoy it. So
Yeah.
only do what you want to do.
You know, you know what occurs to me
Yes, but tell me anyway, just for fun.
is what if everybody always says like lead with value. So it's like, what part of this could we break off? Could we make? Because if we did um, like launch your group, monetize your group, and grow your group, and you just showed those three things, like do these things should take you 5 minutes. And if the demo, like the proof of concept is like, it literally took me 5 minutes to launch this group and to pin the offer to the top of this group and to invite people to this group. It's like, I'm literally showing you that you can do this in 5 minutes. And then it's like, you're showing them this is how to start a group. And then it's like,
How about an automation course where you do like a bonus course? It's just like a few videos where it's like, all right, you've launched, grown, and monetized it.
mhm,
If you want to stop doing the work, even though it's only 5 minutes per day, here's the process you need to go through to hire a VA, or here's the software you need to implement in order to automate everything so you don't have to do the work.
yeah.
Like that could be a valuable bonus. So it's like, hey, the main course is teaching you how to do this.
Mhm.
And then once you're done and you get to the point where you're like, I don't want to do this anymore, we've included bonus course teaching you exactly how to automate or delegate the process.
Mhm.
So should we include that?
Maybe. It kind of feels to me like a lot of this bonus stuff just feels like we're trying to throw things on and guess what people want. And honestly, like a lot of this stuff just sounds like stuff I don't want to do.
Okay, like, yes, I agree that once we start getting people in, we start getting feedback and we see what they need, then we can add way more valuable bonuses. But in
Yeah.
order to get those first people, we need that value stack for them to be to want to get in. So maybe we
Well, what if
could do
we, I
something
mean,
temporary.
what if we put the value at what we want it to be, which is like 987? It's like, that's the value and we don't have to prove it. But then we just say, but you know, if you're gonna do this early, like as an early bird, like you can get it for like 47 bucks. So then it's, if you get a dozen people and be like, okay, I'll launch my group in 5 minutes. And you get, I don't know, 3 people who do it. It's like there's 3 testimonials. You're like, it worked. I got my group up in 5 minutes. I feel so excited. Like it was so much easier than I was, half an hour training.
Or we could do a pre-launch if we want.
What's that?
We could do a pre-launch if we want. Where
Yeah,
it's like,
like
we're
something
building
like
this
that.
course. There's going to be like these, like the few bonuses that we know that we're going to have. There's the main course.
Mhm,
And it's like, we're going to launch this soon. If you want access right now, even though it's
mhm.
not fully built out, you can get access to it for half price. So $497.
Yeah,
And if we do that, like with the few bonuses that we have and the value of the course, it's like, even if it's not $10,000 value, it's just like
mhm.
4,000. Well, they're still getting it like at half the already good price.
Yeah,
So that could be a good launch strategy. And then once we get like a dozen people in and we get some feedback and we see what do they need help with, what were their roadblocks and objections and stuff, then we can go in and create bonuses to fill up the back end.
yeah. Like it feels to me like you could totally do this as um like a low ticket or like low end product launch just to get enough people who are kind of curious, like to try it and then just get a handful of results. And then if I can sit down with Brian and do the case study, be like, this is what it could be worth for you if you actually spend a little bit of time to consistently keep growing your group and keep listening to your audience. Like it's potentially worth a lot more than we charged you for.
Oh,
And then that case study is a really good lead into his like $200 thing that's like, I'm gonna be there every week helping you implement and like just supporting on the like the regular ongoing activities of maintaining your group. So it's like that's a really easy upsell because it's like a one-time buy. And that can be the private group. And then between those two things, it's like we should be able to tweak just enough and get enough feedback. Cause like it's so much easier to get hand raises on like something that's like $100 or less. Just because people are like, that's enough money, I'll throw it. Like, what could it hurt? And then if it's actually easy enough that people do it, it's like if I get 12 people and like 7 people launch their groups, like that's a really great success number compared to what most people do. It's like I'm willing to do it for just like if it's only gonna be a couple $100 to get it started, like I don't mind losing the money there if it means that I immediately get results and case studies like right as we launch, kind of thing, you know?
I mean, I like where your head is at, and we could do that, but I feel like you're underselling it. like you don't need to do that. Like if you want to get like 2, 3 case studies in the beginning, you can do that. But for the rest,
Mhm.
like you can just do quickly, like reach out to some people you know, and even do it for free. Of like, hey,
Yeah.
I'm building out this course. I know it's gonna be super valuable. I need a few case studies. Do you want me to
Mhm.
help you do this for free?
Yeah.
And then just get testimonials from them and use those 2, 3 testimonials to
Mhm.
then pre-launch the course for half price, 497.
Yeah.
And even the like pre-launch phase, we can be like, the course is going to be like worth $3,000,
Mhm.
and we're going to have like these bonuses. You're going to have like mystery bonus number one. It's like we're going to build those bonuses on the back end using the feedback that you give us. So we're going to give you exactly what you need. So even though there's no inherent value,
Yeah.
the fact that it's like you get to tell us what you need and we're going to build it for you, that is like
Mhm.
even more valuable. So it's like, even if we're just like, all right, the course we're building out is going to be like 297, and we're going to build whatever bonuses you need on the back end of that to help with whatever you need help with. All you need to do is give us your feedback.
Mhm.
And then it's like, all right, we're going to charge $1,000 for this and all the bonuses. But for now, because we're launching and still building everything, you can get in at launch price for half, so 497. It's like, I
Yeah.
think just structure would be valuable enough, especially if we have a few testimonials showing like, hey, I worked with him, this really works.
Mhm.
Like I understand where you're coming from of like low end, but it's like I feel like you're just throwing money down the drain if you do that.
Okay, I think I have an idea.
Okay.
I mean, a lot of this really just depends on what the market is asking for. But I think the value is not in, because we've talked about this before. It's like for me, part of what I want is to like the perspective to feel valuable, like part of what I'm good at is just showing up, like being there for the
Mhm.
for the people that I like care about. Like being somebody, be willing to be somebody's friend. So it's like the information by itself could be low ticket, but then it's like the course or like the $1,000 could be like a workshop of, all right, this is gonna take X amount of time. So like we're gonna sit down and you're actually gonna do this. So and it's not gonna be like, oh, it's gonna be 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. It might take you a week, might take you a month or whatever. It's like you're gonna sit down for 3 hours. We're all gonna do the exercise. By the time you're done, it's gonna be finished. Like you're gonna have your launch. You're gonna have invited your first people. You're gonna have pinned your offer to top like that. Like we're gonna do this stuff. So you're literally just like walking through doing it with them in the training.
It's like, let's say it takes, I don't know how long it is, but let's say the whole process, like 5 minutes per day is 90 days.
Mhm.
You're saying like you would go with them every day for like, I don't know, 10 minutes, let's say the time you go on is like, or maybe 15 minutes. So then you can answer questions at the end if they want to, but it's like, would you want to do that? Hop on a call like every day for 90 days as an example?
Yes, because what that turns into is like once I've done it once, then I can automate that. Like that can become like, all of these bite size. All right, here's what we're gonna do. Do this thing with me. Like let's do it right now. And then you can put that into something that will drip it out. Okay, once you sign up, like you get into this, or it's like, here's your daily homework assignment. You just sit here, watch this video, do it as you're watching the video. Um, there's Q&A kind of things if people want to watch that stuff. But then it's like there's some of the accountability, some of the like doing it built into the like what's being offered, not just the information.
All right. I feel like this would be a good strategy for launch. It's like, hey, we're pre-launching this, and the first
Mhm.
iteration of the course is going to be live.
Yeah,
We're
that makes it
signing up for this,
valuable.
and we're going to do it with you. So we could actually charge more. We could charge full price of like, hey, this
Yeah,
is
so it's like a
eventually be an
thousand bucks.
automated course that we're going to sell for. I mean, we could even say like, hey, we're going to sell this for 190, 1997.
Mhm.
Like, I don't know, and it can be like, hey, the first time we're gonna do it for you, so you're gonna get the support. We're gonna create the
Mhm.
bonuses using the feedback that you give us. So you
Mhm.
get to get the bonuses that you need, plus you get to participate in it, and we're giving it to you like for $1,000. And what you
Dang.
could do if you want is like do kind of like a pre-recorded video that you send the day before of like, okay, this is what we're going to do tomorrow. We're going to hop
Mhm.
on and do it together. I'm just sending it in advance so you know what to expect.
Yeah. Mhm.
At the same time in the course, that way you have two. It's like the pre-recorded video is the actual course, but then you have the bonus for every module of like, watch as I go through and do it live with all the other
Mhm.
students. And that itself could make the entire course even more valuable.
Oh, yeah. So it's like, all right, I'm telling you what we're gonna do, then we're gonna do it, and then we can like reflect on like, all right, so what did you learn like when you did it? So it's like there's a lot of repetition, there's a lot of like understanding the process of, yeah, I think this could work. Like, it's gonna be like a done with you, like a one-time launch. It's like this is the only time you'll be able to do it with me. And then it becomes just an evergreen product.
Yeah, so how much would that be worth on the back end? Like once that's done once and then the course is everything is recorded and it's officially launched, how much would that be worth on the back end for those live recordings?
Mm,
Like another 3,000 or less or more? Like, I don't know.
I don't know, just pick a number.
All right, $5,000.
Sure. Why not?
But I really like this because I've always like seen less perceived value in a pre-recorded live course.
Mhm.
Like the course that I just bought isn't a course that was designed as a course. It was a workshop that was recorded and then sold as a course. And I always feel kind of
Mhm.
cheap.
Yeah,
Whereas if you have the recording of like, this is the actual course, but you're getting in bonus the live
yeah,
recording. That seems like somehow even more valuable because you get others to see others go through it and
yeah.
questions and see their success. I think this would be a good strategy. So it's like step one is get, let's say, 3 people that if you're willing, like do it for free or very
Mhm.
low end and
Yeah, I
get
have
like
at least I
them.
have at least two people who have already said that if I do a group launch thing, they want to buy it.
All right. So
So I've got two customers who've already sort of kind of pre said yes.
because I feel like if we can get 3 testimonials from
Mhm.
people who've tried this exact system, who've said this worked for me, and we use that to promote the like live version of the course,
Mhm.
and then we use a live version of the course and the recorded version that you created for the like the live course anyway, and
Mhm.
sell that and package that together. That becomes super valuable. And on the front end, because it's live and you get to help, it's more valuable. And at the same time, it's more valuable because there's mystery bonuses that you're gonna create
Mhm.
after they give you the feedback. So it's like every step of the way, it's like super valuable. Like we can even, it's funny because our instinct is to charge less for pre-launch, but it's like this is a done with you launch. So it's like it's even more valuable in the course, I feel. So it's like if we sell the course for 1,000, we could maybe even sell the like live launch for 2,000, which feels weird because all the time they're like, hey, this is going to be worth like twice the amount later on. Now you can get it for half price. But I don't know, it's just it seems so much more valuable to have
Yeah.
access live. I don't know, what do you think?
Yeah, I think this we're on to something here.
Ooh, what if we have two options? What if we have like it's a pre-launch, and let's say we're in pre-launch mode for 3 months, and we start promoting it, and then there's two options. You can either pre-buy access to the course for $997, or you can buy access to the live training with access to you and everything, and for like $297. So it's like, hey, done with you live for $297, or pre-recorded purchased in advance for $997. Or it could be like the course is going to be $997 once it's recorded. For now, if you buy pre-access now, you're going to get it for half price, so $597. So it could be like pre-launch for both, buy the pre-recorded course for 500, and then once it launches, the price goes up to 1,000, and the live coaching will be like $2,000 per person. What are your thoughts?
It kind of feels like the live hands-on stuff would be a pretty sexy upsell. Like, here's the information, here's what you get, like launch your group in 5 minutes. And then the upsell is like, we're launching this course and we'll be including some live teaching. Like, if you want to be able to have access to Aaron and get like your questions answered, or like have some help with, nailing your group name and your offer, that sort of thing. Doing it with other people. Like, you can do that, or you can just get the course by itself, which is just the one cost. I don't know.
Would you want, I mean, I agree, but the downside of that is if we set it up that way, then you're going to have to do live in cycles of like, hey, you do 90 days and then like the other 90 days, and whoever purchases for the live is like, you get immediate access to the course once it's recorded, but the next live training starts at this date. It's like, that would definitely be valuable, because we could be like, hey, the course is $1,000, everything's pre-recorded, you do it yourself. Or if you want to do it with us and have access to us and ask any questions that you want, then it's $297. So it's like, it would be a valuable upsell. However, it's a lot more work for you, because instead of just doing it once on the front end, you'd be doing it all the time. Or were you saying something different?
I guess what I was saying is just like, for people who just want the thing, like that, like you would still just do it once. You would do it like as a live, done with you kind of thing, where I'm teaching it and then we're doing it with people. But
Okay.
then it's like, for people who just want the information, that's what they're buying. It's like they're buying access to the information. But for people who want the added bonus of doing it with other people, you can add that as an upsell, like the added value. Like, I'm going to do that anyway, but like for people who perceive that as an added value, like I can add that as an upsell. And then for the people who just want the information, it's like, maybe I just send them the recording of the thing without the group stuff.
Yeah, okay. So it's like, it's still the same thing. You just do it once. Instead of offering two options, you offer it as an upsell rather than a variant option.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, we could definitely do that.
I don't know.
It
Like,
could be like the premium or the pro version, or the
yeah.
live of like, hey, you get access to everything. You get access to the pre-recorded course. Once everything's done, you're going to get access to
Yeah.
the bonus to create lifetime to everything. But if you want to do it live and have access and us to answer your questions and provide feedback and everything, then you can
It's
sign
like
up for.
there's the course, which is like 1K, and then the 2K is like a live implementation group.
All right. What do you think? Because I feel like the live would be worth more. Like it could easily be worth like 2,000.
Right.
However, because this is a launch and nothing has been built out yet, we need to give even more of a discount.
Mhm.
So what we could do is like present everything. It's like, all right, we're creating this, we're in pre-launch mode, and we're gonna build everything out. And once everything's done, it's gonna be $1,000
Mhm.
for the course. However, you can get the early bird pricing for half price.
Mhm.
So you pay $500 and you get access to everything, lifetime access to all the bonuses we're going to create.
Mhm.
If you want to do it live, you can have access to everything in the basic package, plus live training. So access to us, we do it together. You can answer, you can ask questions. Aaron can like look at it and give feedback, and pretty much, and whatever else like we want to include is like, all right, that would normally be 2,000, but because we're in pre-launch phase, we're going to give you 50% discount on that too. So you can get access to everything, including all the live training and everything, for the price of the course once it launches. And that's like going to seem even more valuable.
Yeah.
So it's like, even though it seems like we're charged, like we could charge 2,000, like by choosing to charge 1,000, like they're getting all that bonus live training for the price that the course is going to cost once it's done. Like that just makes it so much more irresistible. It's like, even if we get just 10 people in, like that's $10,000. Plus we get the feedback, plus we get to like figure out exactly what the objections are, what the struggles are, what are the bonuses we need to create. And we don't need to create anything on the front end. We just
Yeah.
need to create the funnel. We just need to create the structure of the course enough that we're able to like pitch it, but you don't actually need to do any of the work beforehand. So it's like, if for some reason we screwed up and it's like no one signs up, well, we just wasted time. We didn't like, I mean, we wasted time, but it's like we wasted a fraction of the time we would have if we built out everything on the back end.
Mhm.
So I think that strategy would work really well. Because it's like a triple value, because it's like you get all the value of the course once it launches, plus you get 50% off, plus you get to tell us which bonuses you need to be successful, and you get access live and like troubleshooting for anything that you need.
Mhm.
So it's like, it's literally an irresistible offer.
Okay, so I'm writing it down on.
Because like, I'm just imagining like the webinar version of this, of like, hey, we're creating this course. It's going to include all these amazing things. It's going to be worth that much, but we're giving you like 50% off on that lifetime access.
Yeah.
And on top of that, you get to like do it live. And I feel like because of all that value, most people are going to take the live version, even though they can
Yeah.
get the normal course that everyone else is going to get for half
Yeah.
price. Especially if you make it like limited, of like, hey, because this is live, we only have 12 spots available. So, you know, you better hurry up. So it adds extra incentive.
Yeah.
And because there's an actual deadline, like we're starting on this date. So don't mess around, reserve your spot now, because if you wait too long, it's not going to be available anymore. And if you wait too long, the spaces are all going to be filled up.
Yeah. Okay,
So it's
so
like the perfect storm.
yeah. Okay, so let's walk through this again. So the course.
All right, the course is, it's going to be sold with all the bonuses for $997.
Okay.
The pre-launch course or price of just the course once everything's going to be recorded, lifetime access to the bonuses and everything is going to be $497. And then pre-launch access, so everything included in the basic package, so the course, recordings, everything, plus you get to do it live with them and they get access to you. So if they have any questions, they can ask you and you can say like, all right, every day I'm going to look like at what you're doing and provide feedback.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be the price of the course once it launches. So $997. It's like there's so much value packed in there that it's like the number amount doesn't really matter that much. Like it doesn't matter if it's 10 times the value because like there's so much inherent value that the numbers aren't important.
Yeah.
Because like I think we really have something here, like an irresistible, like attention grabbing headline and title for the course.
Mm-hmm.
And like a launch strategy that is so juicy, it's irresistible.
Okay, so what was so we said it was going to be the course, and then what were the bonuses that we've come up with so far?
I don't think those are important because like you said, it's better if we get them to tell us what are the bonuses.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So it's like you won't get the bonuses now. The bonuses come after.
Right.
And you get to tell us like, what do you need next? What do you want next? What did you struggle
Yeah.
with? What could have made this better?
Mm-hmm.
And then we literally create the bonuses using their feedback. So it's
Yeah.
like even more valuable than just having the bonus because they get to decide what the bonuses are.
Yeah. So, oh man, and I feel like you could totally stack a bunch of bonuses that are basically affiliate offers. Like, here's an awesome, super deep discount on XYZ thing that's like really helpful for what you're doing. And you're basically creating opportunities for yourself to get affiliate commissions.
Oh yeah, true. Because we could be like, hey, here's a $1,000 course on Facebook ads. And if you use this special code, you get like 30% off. And it's like, if we get 50% commission, we're still making 20% commissions.
Yeah.
And it's like, they get discounted access. It's like, yeah, that could be added on like value bonuses on the back end too. It could be like like offer vault, like on the back end of like, plus you'll have access to like our special like offer vault where you get like huge discounts on like the best trainings for other tools that you need for your business. And that could like that itself could be worth like $10,000 in bonus.
Yeah.
It's like if we have 10 courses and they save like in total, like, I don't know, $5,000. So it's like, well, that is a $5,000 value because you're saving $5,000 on that.
Right.
It's like, even if they don't buy it, who cares? We can still list that value as $5,000. So I think that's more like a strategy for the back end to build things out, but I really like that. All right, I'm just gonna write it down. Offer vault, discount offer vault. I don't know.
This is so much fun.
See, this brings us back to the good old days where we come up with like crazy, like irresistible offers, and then we're like, yeah, we're not going to do the work. Now it's like we're doing the work and coming up with crazy irresistible offers. I mean, we still need to do like the work of exactly who your ideal customer is, but just this figuring out like this is the product helps us a lot because we already know it's like an entrepreneur who already has a business, who doesn't have the time to build a Facebook group, but who knows it's going to help their business.
Yeah.
Like it's already clarifying things a lot. And it ties in, I feel like, very well to what you wanted to do anyway.
Yeah.
Ooh, once we're like done, like fleshing everything out, we should run this by like Jessica and Bobby.
I like it. Okay.
In fact, like, oh no, I was gonna say they could be like test studies, but it's like they both already have a Facebook group.
All right, so it's okay. So it's the course with bonuses is gonna be 997
Yeah,
for
so
the
once
launch.
everything's
For the
recorded and
launch,
launched with the
right,
bonuses like 997,
right,
and we're gonna
and
want to
the
build that out so the value in total is at least
Mhm.
$10,000. So they get like a 90% discount. But that's gonna be like the bonuses on the back end. So for
Yeah.
now, that's not important. And then the pre-launch price for just the course once it launches is
Mhm.
497. And the launch price for the course plus the training is going to be 997. So the normal price of the course once it launches. But the value is, I mean, at least like $2,000, maybe more.
Yeah. So the live implementation group is
Oh,
gonna be
actually,
like,
we could be like the value for this like live thing is 297 or
Mhm.
2997. And then on the back end, once we launch the course, it's like this course is worth 2997 because on the front end, when we did this live, that is the price that we would have charged. We did a special discount price, but that is the value of the course. So
Yeah.
it kind of like cements it in. It doesn't make it seem like it's a random number. It's like, no, this is the actual number you would have paid if we did this live. And I just love it because like the course is broken down into 3 stages, like launch, grow, and monetize. So each one is worth $1,000, 3,000 total. Like it all makes sense, you know?
Mhm.
Man, this is huge. Like this is so irresistible. I'm like, I kind of want to build a Facebook group. Like I don't, but it's that good, you know?
Yeah.
Man, we're seducing the universe right now. Uh, I'm really happy that we're doing this together. And not just because I don't have to do any of the work on the back end, just because like I enjoy doing this. And it's not like we're doing it theoretically. It's like, no, we're actually doing this and planning it out. Man, this is good because every other conversation is always like we talk about something that's valuable for me or for my business, or we talk or do something about like valuable for your business. But now it's like
Mhm.
your business is my business. So we can just talk about the business. Uh, man, this is so cool. Do we also want to do like a special one-time offer of like, hey, we have like the course that's gonna launch. So once it's launched, you get pre like access to it for 497. You get the live training for 997. And we can have like we have one spot of done for you for like $5,000 or whatever. It's like just one spot. Like that could be kind of fun, like a third upsell of like, hey, these are the two offers, but we're also like doing this for one special person.
Mm,
And this is the special bind price. Like we're never doing this again. This is a one-time deal.
yeah.
And it's like if you want real, or we can even do like 9,997, like whatever price, and just like just throw that offer out there. Just see if
Yeah.
anyone, because like, hey,
That
if someone
that's a
bites,
really
like
good idea.
$10,000 for no extra work.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels sort of like yeah, why not? Why not try it?
And we could even like do like a giveaway or scholarship or something like that of like, hey, we're giving away one scholarship. how do we? So I'm just wondering, like, we could do this of like, hey, everyone who buys in like gets a chance to win that scholarship,
Uh-huh.
and it's like we kind of like select someone at random or just pick someone who earned it because they worked really hard or whatever, and be like, hmm. Ooh, no, okay, maybe this is different, but another strategy could be like, hey, we also have this one-on-one, like basically done for you service, and that we're giving it away
Mhm.
to someone who buys into the live coaching. So when you buy in, you're also getting like, if we have 12 people, it's like you have a 1 in 12 chance of winning that prize. And we just do that as an added giveaway to add even more value and to get even more people to like jump in. Like, I
So
don't know if you're
what's the
willing to do
prize?
that. Like, you literally like do it for them. It's like you work with them. It's like, instead of like as a group, it's like, yeah, they're still in the group, but it's like every day as you do the work, like you're doing the work for that person.
Gotcha.
It's like
Oh,
that could be like
dang.
super valuable, especially if it's like limited to 10, like 12, 15, 20 people. It's like you have a very good chance of winning that.
Yeah.
And it's like, it seems so valuable because it could literally be like, hey, if you were to hire me to do this for you, like as a service, it'd be $10,000.
Yeah.
Since we're going to go through the training and I'm going to be there, I want to give that to one of you. So one of you, upon joining, once everyone joins and the deadline closes, we're going to randomly select someone, and the winner is going to get it done for them. So every day as we're going through this, I'm going to do the work for that person during that day.
Dang. This is this is a really sexy offer.
Like I kind of like the idea of just saying like, oh, we also have this done for you offer that's like $10,000, because then we
Yeah.
get to make $10,000 more. But like this, it just makes it so much more irresistible.
Yes.
And it's like, if we do this, I think we should open it up to maybe more people. So it's like, normally it'd be like 12 people, but if you're offering a $10,000 done for you like bonus, we can be
Uh-huh.
like, all right, there's 20 people. So we're
Mhm.
making like $20,000, and one of them gets this like $10,000 prize.
Yeah. Okay.
Because
So
like, how
if
can we maximize our income?
yeah, so if I had that as the giveaway, is like I'm gonna offer to build, like to launch and build your group for you. That's the sexy giveaway. And then the rest of it is like, all right, so the first three people, the first 5 people are gonna get really good pre-launch price. It's like early bird pricing, it's like 639 for the first couple people in the door. You're gonna get everything. And then it's like, if you buy in now, it's like 497. You're gonna get the course, all the bonuses. You're even gonna get whatever. And then to do it live with us, like the 997 instead of the 2K or 3K, whatever it's gonna be. And
Man,
then
this is so cool because you're literally like pitching everything. It's like, all right, here are the two options.
mhm,
And it's like the last clencher of like, and if you think that wasn't enough,
mhm,
you get this when you sign up live. So it's like, not only does it encourage people to sign up live rather than
mhm,
buying the pre-recorded one,
yeah,
it's like the final nail in the coffin at the end of the stack of like, all right, you're getting everything like this. And as like the final bonus, the cherry on top, one of you is going to win this $10,000 like done for you package. Ooh, okay. How about that? because I'm just wondering, like, I was just thinking, if we could offer this done for you package as a bonus for the first like 3 people who sign up on the webinar, like that would just like encourage people to buy even more. But
I
like,
I
you
don't think
can't do
so.
that for,
I
no,
think the gamble of it makes it more valuable.
no, but I was
And
also saying like we can't do that. But what could we offer as a special bonus of like, hey, the first 5 people who sign up now are going to get this special bonus. So what if the special bonus is like a 1 hour strategy session with you?
oh yeah, that could totally be.
Like, hey, sign up now. The first 5 people who sign up are going to get a 1 hour strategy session with you. So before you even begin the training, you're going to be able to brainstorm and strategize what is the best strategy to launch your group.
Yeah. Okay. Um, I feel like the thing that would be really valuable for, because this will open it up for, I mean, okay. One of the things that I offered was like a deep dive audit of existing Facebook groups. So it's like, okay, I have people in a group, but nobody's buying. Like, that could be a really valuable thing for like, it's like, this is only going to be for like the first 3 people. It's like, if you happen to have a Facebook group, like, I'm not really looking to do this
Oh,
with people who already have a group. We're here to help people launch. But if that's something you need help with, like, I will add this as a bonus for like the first 2 people.
I like it, but I feel like it's a distraction.
Hmm,
'Cause now
yeah,
we're giving too many options. So it's like giving more bonuses is
yeah.
good. More options, I think, is bad. What I was thinking though is to incentivize people, like it wouldn't give us any more money, but it would incentivize people to really participate. We could be like, hey, there's another
Mhm.
special bonus. If you sign up to the live training and you come every single day until the end. So for everyone who goes all the way till the end, you'll get a 1 hour special strategy session with Aaron that's going to go in, revise everything and your group everything and tell you like, hey, you need to change this, this, and that. So it's going to motivate people to really show up and do the work because otherwise they're missing out on that bonus.
Mm,
And it's like, I don't think you're going to have to work. It's like, even if there's like 20 people in the group, maybe half of them max are going to show up every single day until the end. So it's like, if you have to do like 10 1 hour sessions, like it's not that bad. It's worth it to get people to participate and get results so we can get testimonials to use in the future to sell a course. I mean, that's an idea if you're willing to do it. If you don't want to do the work, that's totally fine. We don't need to do that.
yeah, I feel like this is something where, well, we should probably like lay it out on paper and then like start testing it out in front of people and see what they think.
Yeah, and maybe it's like, maybe there is such a thing as adding too many bonuses. I didn't think,
Yeah,
but maybe, I don't know.
well, I think it just needs to be like hyper aligned. Like, as long as it's really clear. And I also think that like the options need to be sort of more like, this is what everything's going to cost when they're all separate. But it's like, the only thing we're asking is just like, what do you want to do? It's like, are you in or out? So it's like, if we're in pre-launch where we don't have any sales yet, it's like the first handful of people, it's just literally the only thing they can do is like join in at the early bird price. It's like, this is how much it costs.
Yeah, I think you're
All of
right.
this.
I think the whole point of the webinar is to get them in. If we want to do that on the back end, it can be like an unadvertised bonus of like, hey, thanks for signing up. By the way, we really want you to get results with this.
Mhm.
So we've added this extra bonus. And if you show up every day of the training until the end, you'll get a 1 hour strategy session where Aaron personally goes in, reviews your group, and gives you feedback on what to change. So we don't need to advertise that on the front end. We can just throw it in on the back end if we want to.
All right, so let's see here.
Man, this is so like irresistible.
So I'm trying to write it as an offer stack.
Yeah, okay, hold
It'll
on.
be
So,
like,
so we have launch, launch offers. Or rather offers, and then we'll have the normal one. So we have the normal one, so pre-recorded. So that's going to be 997. Then we have live pre-purchase, I guess. Yeah. No, pre-launch recorded. Pre-launch pre-recorded. That sounds weird. Which is 497. And then we have the pre-launch live, which is 997. All right, so pre-recorded includes the course, obviously, for 2997 value. Then bonuses, which we don't know. So bonus. And anyway, that's not really that important. We can figure it out once we get there. So pre-launch pre-recorded is 497. And we just get normal course. So course plus bonuses. All right. Should we give a special bonus for when they pre-order the pre-recorded course? Just like they get a discount of like half price, but should we include like a special bonus that they otherwise won't get, even when like the normal course launches?
say that
No,
again?
actually, no, never mind, because we don't want to incentivize them to buy the half price course. We want to incentivize them to buy the live. So we want to add like all the special bonuses to that. Never mind. All right, and then pre-launch live is going to be course 2997 live sessions. Let's say 4997, and then so oh yeah, giveaway. So done for you giveaway worth 9,997. Fast action bonus, which was a 1 hour strategy session with you. So 1 hour like pre-launch strategy session, I guess. that is worth $1,000, right? For each strategy session.
Yeah.
997. We offer that to what, the first 5 people who sign up? Let's
Let's see. I would say 3.
who ends up signing up is within the first 5 because there's not that many people per webinar for the live launch. Like, even if you have to do, and there's like 20 people, that's like 20 hours, that still seems worth it to get all those people. Or are you not willing to do that?
So what are you saying? You're
Like-
saying,
Like, let's say if our goal is to have like, we top it at 20 people. So it's like, this is
Mhm.
live. We don't want too many people. So there's only 20 spots available.
Mhm.
And if we do the pre-launch phase of like, say like 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, or however long that is, like, and we do a webinar each week promoting it,
Mhm.
we're probably not going to have a ton of people on each webinar. So if we offer to the first 5 people who sign up and only 5 people sign up, then everyone who signed up on that webinar is going to get it.
gotcha.
So it's possible that we offer it that way. It's like every single person who signed up is going to get access to that bonus. That means you're going to have to do 20 one-on-one calls. Is that something
yeah,
you're
I feel like-
comfortable with?
I feel like we can say, I mean, if we ended up doing it, if that ends up being the
That
thing
depends.
gets
What's the
people to sign
strategy?
up.
Like, do you want to cap it at a certain amount? Or do you just
If
want
it
to see
feels
how
like-
many people will sign up?
I feel like after the first, like if the first like 5 or 8 people sign up and then you take that bonus away and it kills conversion, then, the offer by itself, like it tells us something about I don't know.
I'm thinking from like the person's perspective. Because like if you're on a webinar, it's like, on a webinar, you never know how many people are there.
Mhm.
So it's like there's always the possibility of like there's hundreds or maybe thousands of people watching.
Mhm.
And it's like if you get all that urgency, it's like the first 3 people who sign up are going to get this fast action bonus. You're like, my chances of getting it are so slim.
Oh, uh-huh.
There isn't any added value.
Oh,
Whereas
I
5
gotcha. Yeah,
seems
yeah.
like it's enough. It's like 5, you're like, yeah, okay, I still have time.
Right.
So that's why I'm more inclined for 5, but it's like 5
Yeah.
is more. So obviously more people would get it. So it's more work on your part.
Mhm.
So do you just want to start with 5 and then see how it goes? And we can always play with the numbers after.
Yeah.
All right, fast action bonus, first 5 people who sign up. Today, not in total. All right, so this is the structure we have so far. So we have the pre-recorded, which is going to launch for $997. The course value is going to be $2,997. The live training recordings is going to be value of $4,997 plus the bonuses, which we don't know what they're going to be yet. But if you sign up for the live version, then you're going to be able to help us figure out what the bonuses are. And then the pre-launch pre-recorded is going to be $497, so half price of the launch price. So you get the course for the value of $2,997 plus the live training recordings of $4,997 plus all the bonuses, which we don't know how much they'll be worth, but definitely a lot. And then there's the pre-launch live, which is $997, so the same price as the course when it launches, but you get access to the course, lifetime access, so $2,997, plus the live sessions where you actually get to ask questions and participate and watch other people do the work alongside you. So that's worth $4,997. Plus you get a chance to win the Done For You giveaway, which is worth $9,997. Plus the fast action bonus for the first people who sign up today, get a one-on-one pre-launch strategy session with you. So they're going to be able to really hit the ground running. Plus access to all the bonuses once they're launched, which how do we want to word that? Like, you get to help us create those bonuses. How do we want to say that?
I mean, I've seen a couple groups do that where they say that like the bonuses are gonna come after, and I can't remember exactly how they execute it, but basically they just kind of addressed it. It's like, we want to provide some extra support and extra value. We're gonna poll the group and see what the most like pressing needs are. Like, what does this cohort actually need? And we'll probably make something tailored to the people that are in it.
All right, so how about done for you bonuses or something like that of like, we're going to use your feedback to create the best bonuses to add value and to help you keep growing your business. And you're going to get access to those as they're released.
Mhm.
All right, so for now, done for you bonuses, we can come up with a different term later, and that is, I don't know, priceless. There we go. So let's just do the totals for now of the value that we have for each one. And then whenever the bonuses come out, that's going to add value, but we don't know how much yet. All right, so total for the pre-recorded once it launches. For now, we have total value of, well, I mean, I'm going to round up just because I don't feel like doing the exact math, but $8,000. So wait, that would be $7,994. All right, and then plus the bonuses, which we don't know yet. So the bonuses are probably going to be worth at least $2,000. So we are going to be around the $10,000 range that we wanted to be in anyway. So that seems good. And then the pre-launch pre-recorded, which is $497. The total value for that is the same price once again. So the total is $7,994 plus bonuses. And then let's see the final one. So pre-launch live. How much is that? Okay, I need a calculator for that one. All right, so 2,997 plus 4,997 plus 997. So should we include like the 9,997 giveaway bonus within the total value? Because not everyone's going to get it, but you have a chance of getting it.
Say that again.
Because right now, like for the pre-launch live, which we're selling for 997,
Mhm.
the total value is $8,991 plus another 9,997 for the giveaway, because one person is going to win the done for you service.
Right.
Like, should we include it on the value? Because there's a chance of winning it, but at the same time, not everyone's going to get it.
No, I think that would be like I don't think I would include it in the value.
All right, so 8,991, 8,991 plus the 9,091 or nine. It's hard to talk. 9,997 for the giveaway plus the bonuses. So we can just structure it that way. When we break it down, it's like, all right, total value is 9,991 plus 9,997 for the giveaway, plus all the bonuses, which are at least going to be a couple $1,000s. So I think if we structure it that way, even though it's not like a total value amount, they're still like, yeah, okay, this is almost like $20,000 worth for $1,000. Wow, this is insane. Man, this is so valuable. Like all that on the back of like one simple 5-minute Facebook group concept. I feel like that's why we're going to be rich. Not because we're good at teaching, not because we're good at training or whatever. It's like what's going to make us rich is becoming good at creating irresistible offers. All right, so these are the totals. So 7,994 plus the bonuses, which are probably going to bring the total up to 10,000 once it launches for the pre-recorded. The pre-launch pre-recorded, same value, 7,994 plus bonuses, which when we do the presentation, we explain worth at least a couple $1,000s in total. And then the pre-launch live is total value 8,991 plus 9,997 for the giveaway, plus the bonuses, which will be worth probably a few $1,000. So it's like, it already makes, like, it's so funny how it's like the offer, once it launches for $1,000 seems incredible. And then when you compare that to the launch version, it, like the normal version of the course seems crappy. But it's like once we take everything away and the people don't see it and they just come in and like, this is a pre-recorded course, it still seems super valuable.
Okay.
I mean, even if we wanted to, we could even like offer this as a special bonus once it's recorded. It's like, hey, a special exclusive offer is like every month we do a giveaway of a done for you service worth $10,000 and we do the work for you. And by purchasing the course, you get a chance to win that.
Oh, man. I just thought of an amazing bonus.
Okay.
Watch us come up with this actual product launch.
Oh, wow. Yes, because it's recorded. It's like super boring because we've been talking for the last 3 hours with no video.
But I mean,
But yeah, I love this so much.
okay. So
Oh.
this is pretty freaking sexy.
I wonder if it's gonna like, I wonder what the effect would be on someone though. Because maybe this is a dumb idea. Because like, if we build up everything and then we pitch them and they buy in, and then they see us go through the process of coming up with this, will they feel cheated? As in like, oh wait, they just inflated the value of everything. Like, it's not really worth this. Or is it going to be valuable because they're like, oh wow, I can do the same for my business. Like, I just wonder what the reaction of the person would be. Because like, we don't want to have it the reverse effect where they're like, I feel cheated. I want my money back. You guys suck.
Mhm.
So it's like, from the
Maybe
entrepreneur's perspective, it's valuable, but from a customer's perspective, it seems like it could be interpreted as a slap in the face.
no, I don't know. I mean, I think in some sense, like,
I'm curious, like we'd have to test
you
it out.
don't have to show the like the offer stack part. Like the part that I think was really exciting was like coming up with the you asking the questions like, so who is it that you're trying to help? Like, what is it you really want to do? What kind of business is this really about? What are we making this offer around? And then it's like coming up with the 5-minute Facebook groups and then like, yes, and just seeing the
Dude. I have the perfect name for this bonus. The 5-hour business launch.
oh dang.
Actually, how long has it been?
We started
it's-
around 10, yeah, right around 5 hours.
This is amazing.
Okay.
We literally went from no idea to, hey, let's do a business together, to, hey, what should the business be, to, we have a business. We have an irresistible business.
Okay, so, all right, so what's the next step? Like, I basically need to record like a video for this? Or should I just
I
make
think
a,
I think the next step is like, let's take a day or two to just kind of like let this sink in and settle,
okay. Sounds
and
good.
then like come back to it and just start building it out. And I think like we still need to go through the same process as before of like, hey, who exactly is the perfect customer for this?
Mhm.
And go through that same entire process, except now like we're already very clear. So it's just going to help make things easier. Because before it's like,
Yeah,
who's ready to click? I'm like, it could be anyone. Whereas now it's like, well, we know it's an entrepreneur. We know it's someone who wants to build a Facebook group. We know it's
yeah,
someone who doesn't have a lot of time. That already narrows down things a lot. So yeah, I think we can just kind of like take it easy for the next day or two and just kind of like let it sink in, float our way through it. And I'll keep doing like research on my end and finish the third secrets book and figure out exactly what are the processes we need to go through to build this out.
uh-huh,
But like we already have our offer. We just need to get like very clear on target audience. How do we want to build this up? And like just kind of go through the steps one by one. I think the rest is going to be relatively easy.
yeah.
Man, I'm sorry, I just need to add this bonus of like the 5-hour business launch. Like, how much is this worth? Because I feel like it's literally priceless. Because like this is worth however much money we make with this. Like if we make $1 million,
Yeah,
this is worth $1 million.
maybe this is something that we like after the first run of the launch, like after the first promotion run where we get the first cohort through this, like we'll be like, this is how much money this made us in like 6 weeks or whatever. This is how much this bonus is worth. Because we spent
Yeah,
five
maybe
hours
we
and
don't
went
even.
from zero to the business idea and executing it. And then,
Because I don't feel like this necessarily adds anything to the offer. Because we're
not
not
really, yeah, it doesn't
we're
really,
not pitching like, hey, we're going to teach you how to come up with a business offer.
yeah,
But it's like once the course launches and we start generating money, like we can add this as a bonus of like, hey, the 5-hour business launch, the exact, like you can hear us and watch us as we come up with this exact business concept.
yeah.
And it's like if we're like, hey, we made like 100 million or 100,000 bucks so far with
Mhm.
this and counting, like that is a super valuable bonus. Like this is the type of bonus that people would be like, I'm going to buy this course for that one bonus.
Mhm.
All right, for now, let's just put priceless. Because to us, it is priceless because there's like no end to this value. Because like once it's launched and it starts generating income, it's a question of perfecting the process and the funnel and making
Yeah,
more money. But it's not like there's ever going to be a fixed amount.
yeah.
Man, this is so awesome. I'm so glad that we recorded this.
This is
Remember
crazy.
the old days when we're like, oh man, this was an awesome conversation. We should have recorded it.
I don't even remember like those those ideas were probably stupid.
I know, but it's like at least we got to the point where now we're recording it.
Yeah. And okay, here's like
Dude, dude. Okay, sorry. It's just once we launch this and we're successful, It's like we can look back at this video and be like, dude, we literally came up with like the business strategy that made us rich. And I was lying in a fucking hammock. And I was sick too.
Dang.
And midway through, we both stopped to go pee. Oh, man.
Man. Okay, I think I'm gonna be the bad guy here. I'm not excited about this, but I think this is gonna be the thing that's gonna fool me. So like Felix has been asking me to help him with his thing, but like honestly, like I don't get excited about working with Felix. Like I like him, he's a good dude. But like I think like my energy, my creative energy, is not there, when I'm with Felix. And on some level, I feel like I need to just be spending more time because the stuff that we do, it's like always, it's like it always makes me excited, or sometimes it even turns into action. When I'm hanging around Felix, like I just feel myself being like, oh man, I should be doing more. Like, yeah, like stuff I should be doing in my business. And it's like, that's not, I don't know. It sucks, but in terms of like what I feel like is the right thing for me, I don't know, man. Is that something where it's like, do I need to just stay in this space or yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. It's up to you. And like what you're describing with Felix is the exact reason why I didn't put any effort to continue the relationship once the main version or the expanded version of the mastermind ended.
Yeah,
Just because like it didn't bring me that sense of energy and excitement and fun when I was with him. I'm like, he's a good guy. He's a successful coach. And it's like you were saying, it's like I'm speaking to him. Sometimes I'm like, I feel inferior because he's more successful. Yet at the same time, I feel superior because like the one conversation I had with him one-on-one was when we both wanted to do the isolation challenge.
mhm,
And he ended up like backing out of it. And because of that, I'm just like, okay, he's not the kind of dude I want to hang out with. Like
right.
nothing against him. He's an awesome guy. It's just he's not a good match for me for some reason.
Yeah, and I can't put my finger on what it is. Like, I like him as a person. I just like, I guess because he is open-minded, but it's sort of like the stuff that he does in his business and like for work, I feel like it's just not for me. I guess that's really all it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Different strokes for different folks.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to understand because you started this whole statement with, "I'm going to be the bad guy." I don't understand
So,
what you mean by that.
oh yeah. So like, I mean, I've been helping Felix a little bit or offering to help him, and he's like, he's wanting my help on some level, but I think he wants my help more than I'm actually excited to give it. And he and I both kind of recognize that that's an unhealthy space to be in. And so I'm like, I'm just kind of seeing like the level of excitement of like doing stuff there hasn't like I haven't found that thing. And it's not like I haven't spent a lot of time with Felix. Like out of our group, I don't know what Jessica did, when she was, because I know she was in his program for a little while, but it's sort of like I've I've hung out with him quite a bit, starting his Thrive Together thing, and for whatever reason, it's just like there's not that I haven't found that same space that I have with the three of you. That's like, oh man, I get from this. So I was just like, oh, that was nice, good to see him. And I guess that's if that's going to be the filter. I guess I need to like own that. and say, sorry, man, I guess I need to just do my own thing.
I don't know, Ian, you're the one who knows what feels right for you.
Yeah, I'll have to stew on that, but my guess is that's probably what's gonna happen.
And I feel like you don't necessarily need to do anything drastic. It's going to happen naturally.
Yeah.
Like for me, I'm an extreme person and I've become very good at recognizing what is and isn't good for me. So
Mhm.
I've gotten to the point where it's like, hey, I'm going to end the relationship now because I know it's just going to be a waste of time for both of us. And even though that makes me an asshole, I'm okay with that because this is who I am.
Yeah.
And it's like the few times where I try to ignore that part of me that feels like it isn't quite right, it ends up like backfiring of like, oh, well, I told her like I was traveling and she like it couldn't be anything serious, but she fell in love. And then I felt like a complete asshole for cutting all ties with her. And it's like, if I was just following my gut in the beginning, none of this would have happened.
Mhm.
So it's like I know for myself, like sometimes I do extreme things, but that's because I know myself well enough to
Yeah.
know that I'm not going to regret that. But most people don't need to go to that extreme. Most
Mhm.
people just need to go through life and not try to force things, and it's just kind of going to happen by itself.
Yeah.
Because I feel like once we start, I mean, we already started 5 hours ago, but once we really like get to work on this business, like it's going to take a lot of our time and energy, and we just won't have the time and energy to invest in other things that don't bring us any value or not as much value.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, like, every time I think of building a business or stuff like that in the past, like, there's always that sense of like foreboding or like discouragement of like, oh, I'm going to have to do all this work. But it's like, I'm loving this process. I'm so excited because this is such an amazing offer. And it's like, I know I won't have to do all the things that I normally think I am going to have to do that I don't want to do, such as
Uh-huh.
deliver the actual product. And that's what you enjoy doing. So it's
Yeah.
like super excited about this. It's like that's what kills most of my businesses in the past, where it's like I come up with the offer and everything. And I'm like, I don't want to do all this work. And now it's like I'm building this irresistible offer and I don't need to do any of this work. I just need to do what I love, which is build a funnel, which is build this irresistible offer, which
Dude,
we can split test everything.
dude, okay. I think that what you should think about and consider is like, I think there's a lot of utility in the learning how to do the funnel and stuff, but I think the actual making the funnel, like the executing, putting the website design together and the copy, like you could probably hire that out. You probably
Yeah,
find someone to
probably.
do that. But like the building the offer with people, like just continuing to ask the questions and be like, all right, what is it that you're really trying to do? What is it that you like that can make this simple? This is the what do you not need to be doing in your business? I mean, that's really what you did with me. It's like, what is it that you actually want to do? And getting it down, simplified down enough to like, oh, like I can do this. Like this is simple. And it's still like it's valuable.
It's funny because as you're saying that, I'm like, yeah, I could easily, get people to pay me to go through this process with them for their business.
Mhm.
But my initial response is always like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to find clients and, help them come up with this.
Mhm.
I want to build businesses with people. So I love this creation process,
Mm.
this challenge aspect. I just don't want to do the delivery on the back end. So
Mhm.
it's like, maybe I'm going to do this with other people down the line, but it's not about getting hired to help them build their business. It's about partnering with people who can run the business once we've built it.
Yeah.
And the thing is like this, the offer we came up with, like you can deliver on the back end, like you can keep doing live trainings, you can offer like one-on-one coaching on the back end if you want.
Right.
You don't have to. Like once we set this up and you do the live training, like we can just funnel people into the webinar,
Mhm.
never have to do anything ever again on the back end. So it's like
Hmm.
that's kind of like my part of the business. It's like we create this funnel, we make this funnel successful, and then you can keep building the business on the back end of that if you want to. And I mean,
Yeah.
I might help you like come up with the different strategies and offers and stuff like that, but it's like I don't really need to do that. I could just easily like perfect this funnel and then kind of be like, cool, this business is running itself. Take a break, enjoy life, and then like at some point I'm gonna come up with another business idea or find someone to be like, all right, let's start another business. Like this is exciting for me. This is the like challenging creative process that I love about like that's why I love challenges like, you know, the walking challenge or ultra marathon challenge or whatever other challenges that I do. It's like I love this challenge aspect, and that's what I love about writing is the creative aspect of like, let's create the world, let's create the character, let's create the story. The actual writing and editing and publishing and promoting and all that stuff, like I don't really enjoy any of that. It's just
Yeah.
part of the process that I felt I had to do. And it's the same for business, except now, like, luckily I found you and you enjoy the things that I don't enjoy, and I enjoy the things that you don't enjoy. And we enjoy
Yeah.
certain of the, like some of the same things that kind of give us that overlap to create it. But it's just like the perfect combination. So everyone's happy and everyone's just doing what they want to do anyway.
Yeah.
And it's like we do have that potential that we could make this into a business, like a very high-end business of like, hey, you pay us $1 million up front plus 25% of your company on the back end to come in and just talk with you and brainstorm for as long as it takes until we come up with this exact kind of business plan and strategy. But
Okay. So if we could strip this process down enough, or if you just have enough resources built. Okay, so this is my thought. Like, let's say that this is the business that like really gets things going for us. So like this is making money. It's like an automated business, that sort of thing.
you know what? Let's not say it. It is.
All right, this is a $5 million idea.
Damn, I
So-
like how you just like 5x'd it. I was thinking like million, like that's the
I
bench.
already manifested that. Like that's something I wrote down months ago. I'm like, this idea is a $5 million idea. And I don't know how, I don't know exactly how to make that, but like, that's what I decided earlier is like, that feels right. And so anyway, yeah, it's funny. That's like the 5 minute.
Oh, dude, I just realized why it's a $5 million idea. Because, you know, before when I was like, hey, our goal is to like build a funnel that's going to earn $1 million. It's like, we want that 2 Comma Club award. And you're like, no, I want that silver X. It's like,
Oh,
okay,
dang.
$10 million funnel split 2 ways. That's $5 million a pop.
Holy crap. You are so, oh my goodness. Dang. This thing is becoming real. Got a face. I can see the head.
This is manifestation right here. Like,
Yeah.
we're at the spot where like, okay, this is $1 million. No, it's a $10 million funnel. 5 million. It's like, we can feel it. It's already alive within us.
Mhm.
And it's been 5 hours.
Yeah.
That is true manifestation right there.
And I think the thing that we always say the words of but don't quite realize is like who do we need to be to like become successful? And what you just said about this is alive in us. That's what we need to be. It's like we need to be the host or the container for something to be able to grow off of what we are doing and off of who we are. That's the answer. Like that's who we need to become and be better at every day. We need to be people that make ideas come alive.
Dude, you're making me realize that I love who I am. Like I'm always striving to become something, and I'm like, I'm traveling the world. I came up with a 10 million business idea with my best friend while lying in a hammock. And as I'm traveling, I'm doing insane challenges like walking 100 kilometers in a day. I already am the person that I'm striving to become.
Okay. All right. I'm here with you. I love this. I love this version of myself. And I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a hard look at anything that doesn't make me be this person. It's done. It's off. It's over.
Damn, I like that.
And it's like when you see what it is you're trying to have, like the rest of it's like, oh, it can just fall away. Like when you're just trying to trim and cut stuff when you don't know where you're going, it just feels like you're cutting things. Like, that part of me's dead. Oh,
Dude. Oh, okay. You know how the world reflects what we talk about?
Uh-huh.
As you were talking, I was walking around and I found a place where there's like tools and stuff in the background, and there's literally two machetes sitting right there. And in my head, I'm like, let me just pick up a machete now. It became even more badass. And literally 1 second after I picked it up, you talked about cutting stuff. And I'm like, holy shit.
Dang.
It's just like, what are the odds of that? Like, that just proves that we're living in that mega timeline. Because that would never have happened if we weren't living there.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, that's what I think this is. It's like this process of letting go of anything that's not the best version of you. It's like it just feels painful if you don't know who you are to start with. If you're trying to like let the parts of you fall away that aren't you, and you don't know who you are, it's like every option is painful because you hold on to all of it as your identity. But as soon as it's like, oh no, who I am is like, I'm the person that makes ideas come alive. I'm the person that like hangs out with Guillaume and we come up with $10 million ideas. Like I'm the person who like I can get excited about the life that I'm creating. It's like, well, anything that doesn't serve that, anything that is not that, it's like I don't really care about because it's not really me anymore. It's like once you pick that identity, the rest of it's like, oh, it's easy to let those things go.
Wow. Oh, this is so cool. I love how the last few weeks and especially last few days, I'm like, all right, let's get serious about building a business. But there's always kind of like that feeling in the background of like dread.
Mm-hmm.
Ever since we started talking today and started coming up with this idea, it's like, that's just gone. All that's left is excitement.
Mm-hmm. Dang, this is amazing.
Wow. Okay, I was just walking around and I found a noose. So I guess time to kill the old self. Oh, no, wait, it's already dead. Never mind.
Oh man,
Like there's literally a
really?
noose hanging from a nail right here.
Dang, are you serious? That is really wild. Because this morning I was at the park. Did I tell you about this?
Nope.
Okay, so part of the identity that I feel like I've been absorbing is like this idea of like kind of what Santa Claus represents, this green and red theme of like what's on the Gucci logo, and but like that idea of giving, that idea of being the universe, of being able to like kind of, and for me it's very much tied in with that nature, sort of like the sea of green and then the red, attention grabber that's like here's where the gifts are, kind of thing. Anyway, so I'm at the park this morning and I had been thinking yesterday about like I need to kill off the parts of me that aren't me. Like I need to die. I'm like, I don't know. Like this whole process is painful. And like this morning I went to the park and I found this little pentagram underneath the park bench. Somebody had set up this little witchcraft pentagram thing with a little frog in the middle of it. It was like a green frog with a red scarf on him, and they had skewered him in the heart with a little like sandwich toothpick. It was hilarious. It looked like some kids had been like, you know, oh, let's do a little witchcraft thing. But I'm like, in my head, like when I saw that, it's like that color scheme, and I had already been thinking about dying, you know, some aspect of my identity getting killed off. I was like, holy shit, that's me. Like my reality and like what's it happening inside of me is like turning into stuff external outside of me. And I'm like what you just saw is like the noose in your field of consciousness. It's like it's really interesting that like we're getting into this space where, you know, we talk about this all the time. It's like letting go of the things that aren't us, but like when it gets down to like, all right, you got to be the bad guy, and like, what do you have to do is really like um be that. And it's like parts of you that don't need to be there anymore. Got to set yourself on fire.
Okay, as you were talking and all those coincidences and everything, well, it's not coincidence because like, I don't know how to call it, but anyway,
Loaching.
yes, all those floaching moments. I was like, ooh, let's go back to Messenger because I messaged. I know that's not a word, but I messaged. Anyway, what the other day when I was on the beach and really like figuring out like what do I want from life, and I wrote down like these are the 5 things that I want from life and my money milestones and everything. I'm like, let's go back and look at them for fun. So I'm the most badass man on earth. Yeah, given everything and what I'm getting ready to do in a couple days once I'm no longer sick, like, yeah, okay, I'm living into that. I'm attracting a minimum of 1 million USD per month on autopilot. Yep, that's on its way after today. I have a beautiful, smart, loving, supportive, and adventurous life partner. Not yet, but we never know. I have a close group of amazing friends who love, encourage, and call me out on my bullshit. Yep, definitely. I challenge myself, test my limits, and go on adventures regularly. Yep. And rule, so a life rule, I always believe in myself no matter what. So I'm like, I came up with that less than a week ago, or wait, July 14th, we're the 20th. So yeah, a little less than a week ago. And 1, 2, 3 of those have already happened. One of them is in the process of happening, and the other one may be in the process of happening. I don't know. But I'm just like, whoa, okay, that's fast. And then the money milestones, I don't know, like I haven't hit any yet, but it's like, I've put the ridiculous milestone of like $1 billion. It's like, at this point, like, yeah, totally believe it could happen.
Yeah. Well, I feel like, man, I feel like this could totally be, I mean, this offer by itself, like I feel like I could launch this with a few like written posts with just leveraging the existing network that I have, and then just scaling it in terms of like reaching out to group owners who have something that would be valuable for. It's like, hey, I would love to offer this. You know, I'm doing this giveaway as an add-on. What I'd like to do is like do some kind of, you know, affiliate, like split with them. Like if you have a bonus, like we can use the whole thing. I mean, or just do it as like a bonus thing. I'm launching like a giveaway. And oh, I could
Oh,
totally
shit.
do
Dude,
the giveaway part
yeah,
as
what
the
if we
list
use the
builder.
give exactly? What if we use the giveaway strategy to build a massive list and use that list to launch this product.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Because like, dude, if we could, like, if we find a way to do this, and it's
Mhm,
like we build a 10,000 person list and promote that offer
mhm.
on the back end, like we could literally within like a month have like $1 million funnel.
Dang.
I'm not sure
So,
if it's going to work right. I'm not sure if we're going to get everything right in the beginning, but it's like, okay,
mhm.
maybe it's going to take longer and maybe that strategy is not going to work. But if we do everything right, this could literally like launch us into the stratosphere.
Yeah. So I think maybe what we should do is like, I know, like I can write some offer posts on this and we can just validate it. Like if I get people in and pay money on it based on this, then what we can do is like teach the course, like start gathering the material, get feedback from this audience that actually makes it stronger. And then any of the feedback that might make that giveaway more sexy, then like make that giveaway like as ridiculous as possible for, and still have it be fulfillable. And then use that as like, hey, we have this, we did this course and we had this as a giveaway. People loved it or not, like we can find out. And then use that as a way to build the list and then just literally do the same thing again. Like once the list is there, then promote the offer to that list. Because it's like that giveaway, if that's sexy enough to get people in, and if you can find people to give stuff similar, we're literally building an audience who needs this. So the conversion rates can be better, much better because it's sort of a qualified audience.
Yeah, I feel like maybe we don't use this strategy to launch it. I think we need to kind of like not overextend ourselves. So let's
Right.
do
So
this
this
the
is sort
right
of like
way.
a
Let's
soft
start
launch
low,
or like
let's
a validation
beta
launch.
test it, let's prove the concept, perfect the course. And once we're at the point where like, all right, time to launch, then we can implement that strategy of let's just build a huge list as quickly as
Mhm.
we can, push that product on the back end, and just go from like, oh, well, we're making like $10,000 per month to we just made like 10 million bucks per month, you know?
Yeah. Dang. Can you imagine like just like you get enough money that's like, oh dang, like this is actually a good offer. You get that confidence, you just start running, and then like who knows how long we launch a list that's like scary
Because I
fast.
feel like that's the thing. That's the advantage we have over a lot of people
Mhm.
is our ability to, I don't know, collect information and
Mhm.
come up with
And
strategies
not
using
do it.
it. No, but I feel like, I mean, yes, in the past, but not anymore because those versions of us are dead. But because
But I
like the
mean,
thing
what I
is,
meant was like not waste time like trying to do it to see if it works. It's like we're good at letting stuff go when we realize, oh, I don't need to do that.
true, true. But what I
Sorry,
mean
go
is
ahead.
like we have that potential. Whereas
Mhm.
most people are like, all right, let's build a business. Yes, I'm making like 10,000 per month. Like I'm good. That was my
Mhm.
goal. Whereas us, we're like, all right, let's come up with the strategy. Okay, cool. We're making 10,000 per month. Let's use this other strategy, stack that on top. Now we're making
Mhm.
1 million per month. All right, let's use this other strategy, tack that on the back end. Now we're making 10 million per month. Like we have the kind of thinking that allows that exponential growth to happen. We just need to do things slow and steady, not overwhelm ourselves, keep things as simple as we can, and just don't give up.
This is really
I think
exciting.
that's really the difference between us and normal people, like the average entrepreneur. When you look at like, let's say Jessica as an example, it's like yeah, she's way ahead of us because she actually took action. She actually did consistent work. But like once we get to that point where it's like, all right, we have something that works, like we're just gonna like shoot past so fast. And like nothing against her, it's just a different way of doing things. And it's like, of course, once we succeed, we're definitely gonna come back and be like, hey, want us to build you a funnel?
Dang. This is amazing.
I feel like we're the type of people who will eventually have what will seem like overnight success.
Yeah. And honestly, in some ways, it feels a little bit like it. Because it sort of is like from the time I met you and really started to connect with you, it feels like it's all been part of the same like really long day. I mean, it feels like we've known each other
Yeah.
for so much longer than we have, but at the same time, it also feels like, how has this been happening so fast?
Yeah, like
It's
it's
really
been what, like
wild.
a year and a half? It feels like
Yeah.
20 years. Yet at the same time, like it feels like, oh, 2 months.
Yeah. Well, and like, well, the amount of change that has happened, like both on and in the physical sense of our lives and like where we are from a mindset perspective is just really different. Oh, I have a call here in like about 5 minutes. Um, with
That's
somebody,
perfect. We
so
we need to stop before the 6 hour mark anyway. Otherwise the name won't work
yeah.
anymore.
Alrighty. Well, this has been amazing.
I think I know I've said this before, but I'm pretty sure this has been our most valuable conversation to date.
Maybe that's what our podcast should be called. This is the most valuable conversation we've ever had.
No, this is the most valuable. No, this one is.
Oh man. I feel like we had such a good run, like when we were doing our early floaching, it's just like felt like every single day was like, how can it get any better? And it's like here we are actually putting together like a $10 million offer. Dude,
It's just
we're gonna be rolling in it by the end of the year. Like this is gonna be one of those things where people are like, I launched and scaled my business in 7 months and I'm making like $1 million a year.
I feel like this time next year, our biggest problem is going to be, dude, how do I spend all this money?
Oh man.
All
All right. Well, I gotta let you go.
right. Thank you for being you.
Same. It's amazing to be your friend, Guillaume. We'll see you later.
I literally have nothing to say. That's how awesome it is.